150 years ago, long before highways hummed across the continent and glowing phone screens followed people into bed each night, you stand beneath an enormous western sky where the morning arrives slowly over the plains of America's Wild West. The grass ripples like water beneath pale dawn light, and somewhere far away a lonely train whistle drifts through the cold air. Thin as a ghost, a horse snorts beside a weathered fence post. Smoke from a cooking fire curls upward into the fading stars. For a moment, it feels as though the whole world is wider than reason itself. You pull your coat tighter against the prairie chill and begin walking into a place that later generations will turn into legend. Oddly enough, the real Wild West is much quieter than the movies promise. There are long hours of silence here, long stretches of dust, endless chores, boots that never quite dry, coffee strong enough to frighten a shovel, and everywhere, people trying very hard not to fail. As you settle into this slow drifting journey through frontier America, perhaps you subscribe to the channel and stay beside the campfire a little longer. And if you feel like it, you might even leave a comment telling where you are listening from tonight. Maybe a rainy apartment in London, a midnight kitchen in Toronto, or a warm balcony somewhere in Tokyo, while the city hums outside your window. The western frontier of the 1870s is not one single place. That surprises many people. It stretches from the plains of Kansas to the deserts of Arizona, from the mountains of Colorado to the cattle towns of Texas and the logging camps farther north. Records confirm that millions of Americans moved westward during the 19th century, chasing land-gold railroads, or simply the stubborn belief that life could begin again somewhere beyond the horizon. Your boots press into dry earth scattered with buffalo grass. The scent of wood smoke and horse sweat hangs in the air. Nearby, a ranch hand coughs awake beneath a blanket rolled beside the fire. Nobody here looks especially glamorous. Faces are windburned. Hands are cracked from labor. Clothing smells faintly of dust and grease. One scandalous aside from travelers of the time mentions that frontier towns could sometimes be detected before they were seen simply by the mixture of manure, tobacco smoke, and unwashed laundry drifting on the wind. Still, there is something hypnotic about the openness. You feel it immediately. Back east, cities crowd around you with brick walls and factory smoke. Out here, the land itself seems almost too large for human beings. Historians still argue whether that immense landscape inspired courage or loneliness more strongly among settlers. Perhaps it inspired both at once. The sun lifts higher now, turning the prairie gold. A wagon creaks along a rough dirt track nearby. Its wooden wheels groan like tired bones. Inside sits a family wrapped in blankets, heading toward land they have likely never seen before. The father keeps one hand near a rifle. The mother watches the horizon carefully. A small child sleeps against a sack of flour. Travel on the frontier is exhausting beyond modern imagination. You cannot simply stop at a brightly lit gas station every few miles. Water matters constantly. Weather matters constantly. Horses fall lame. Wagon axles snap. Rivers flood without warning. Yet thousands continue west anyway. A curious footnote from Frontier Diaries reveals that many travelers feared boredom almost as much as danger. Days could pass with little visible change, except grass, sky, and more grass. Some wagon families sang hymns to keep rhythm while walking beside their oxen. Others argued endlessly over directions. Some counted antelope. Some quietly wondered whether they had made a terrible mistake. You pass a small settlement built beside a creek. The structures are rough and uneven, made from timber that still smells fresh from the sawmill. Chickens scratch near muddy doorways. Laundry flaps from lines tied between poles. A blacksmith already hammers glowing iron, while sparks jump into the cool air. This is another surprise of the Wild West. Most people are not gunfighters. They are carpenters, cooks, seamstresses, merchants, stowboys, laundresses, teachers, hunters, ranchers, and exhausted parents trying to feed children before winter arrives again. The famous shootouts that later fill dime novels are rare interruptions in lives mostly shaped by work. In your ears the echo changes into the steady clink of tools and wagon chains. Somewhere nearby, someone fries out pork for breakfast. The smell drifts warmly through the settlement. Coffee boils in blackened pots. Dogs bark at passing riders. A rooster crows with great confidence, despite clearly having no authority over anything. Records confirm that frontier diets were repetitive and often unpleasant. Beans appear constantly. So do biscuits hard enough to threaten dental health. Fresh fruit becomes a luxury in isolated areas. Cowboys joke that their coffee is strong enough to remove rust from wagon wheels. Frankly, they are probably not joking. Yet people still create moments of comfort. That matters deeply out here. A quilt stitched by candlelight, a fiddle tune after supper, a pie baked from precious dried apples. Human beings carry ordinary tenderness even into harsh places. You notice, too, how mixed the frontier really is. Native tribes move through nearby territories. Mexican vaqueros teach cattle handling techniques that American cowboys eagerly adopt. Freed black families establish new communities after the Civil War. Chinese railroad workers labor across dangerous mountain routes. European immigrants arrive speaking German, Swedish, Czech, or Irish accents thick as stew. No agreement has been reached on whether the Wild West should be remembered primarily as a place of opportunity or conquest. The answer depends greatly on who is telling the story. For some settlers, the frontier offers freedom and land ownership impossible elsewhere. For many native communities, the same expansion brings devastating loss. The prairie wind grows warmer as midday approaches. You stop beside a shallow creek where insects hum above the water. A rider appears in the distance, moving slowly through the grasslands with a bedroll tied behind the saddle. Out here, strangers notice each other quickly. Isolation sharpens attention. The rider lifts a hand politely but keeps moving. That feels very Western somehow. Brief encounters, vast distances, everyone continuing onward beneath enormous skies. As afternoon settles across the plains, you begin to understand the deeper rhythm of frontier life. It is not built around constant action. It moves according to weather distance, livestock harvests, railroad schedules, and survival itself. Days are measured by sunlight and firewood. Nights are measured by coyotes calling somewhere beyond the dark. And overhead, the sky continues stretching forever. The next morning arrives with the smell of damp earth and coal smoke drifting across the plains. Somewhere beyond the low hills, a locomotive groans awake like a giant iron animal preparing for another long crossing of the continent. You feel the vibration before you fully hear it. Cups rattle faintly inside a nearby boarding house. Horses twitch nervously beside hitching rails. Even the chickens seem suspicious. For a moment, It feels as though the entire frontier pauses to listen. The railroad changes everything in the American West during the 1870s. Records confirm that thousands of miles of new tracks spread across the country after the Civil War, linking isolated territories to eastern factories and markets with astonishing speed. Before railroads, crossing the continent can consume months of dangerous travel. With rails, people and goods move in days instead. Naturally, this also means the frontier becomes noisier. You stand beside a growing rail town, where muddy streets already fill with workers before sunrise. The scent of creosote wood ties mixes with frying bacon and hot grease from machine sheds. Men carry hammers over their shoulders. Teamsters shout at stubborn mules dragging freight wagons through the mud. Somewhere nearby, someone is already arguing loudly about poker debts before breakfast, which feels ambitious. The train finally appears through a curtain of smoke and steam. Iron wheels shriek against the rails. Sparks burst upward beneath the engine. The sound alone feels almost supernatural compared to the quiet prairie surrounding it. Many frontier residents see locomotives for the first time with genuine awe. One curious footnote from Western newspapers describes children running alongside the tracks, screaming with excitement, while older settlers remove their hats in stunned silence. A few horses panic badly enough to leap fences. Frankly, the horses have a point. You step closer as passengers lean from dusty windows. Some are wealthy Eastern travelers wrapped in fine coats. Others are immigrants, clutching bundles of clothing and nervous hope. A tired mother hushes a crying baby. A salesman jumps down, carrying cases of watches and patent medicines. Two gamblers stroll toward the saloon with the relaxed confidence of men who already owe money in 3 territories. The railroad brings nearly everything westward: lumber, mail, sewing machines, coffee, newspapers, piano parts, fancy dresses, kerosene lamps, more people than anyone can comfortably manage. And it carries things eastward, too: cattle, gold, silver, buffalo hides, timber, stories. Your boots crunch across gravel beside stacks of freight crates marked with names from distant cities like Chicago and St. Louis. Imagine how strange that feels for frontier settlers. One week, you live beside endless prairie emptiness. The next week, canned oysters arrive from the coast. Historians still argue whether railroads truly civilized the frontier or merely accelerated the chaos already unfolding there. You wander toward the station building where telegraph wires hum softly overhead. Those thin wires feel almost magical in the 1870s. Messages now travel faster than horses for the first time in human history. News from New York can reach Kansas within hours instead of weeks. Oddly enough, some Western cowboys deeply distrust telegraph operators. Rumors spread that the wires somehow steal voices from the air itself. One scandalous aside claims a ranch hand refused to sleep beneath telegraph poles because he believed spirits traveled along the cables at night. Sleep deprivation on the prairie clearly encourages creative theories. Inside the station, the air smells of dust-ink tobacco and damp wool coats drying near a stove. A clerk sorts telegrams rapidly while travelers crowd around bulletin boards, searching for news about land claims, weather conditions, or missing relatives. Outside again, your attention drifts toward the workers repairing sections of track farther west. Railroad labor is brutally difficult. Chinese immigrants, Irish workers, Civil War veterans, and countless laborers spend years laying rails across deserts, mountains, and plains under dangerous conditions. Records confirm that accidents are common. Heat stroke explosions, avalanches, and disease claim many lives during railroad construction. Yet the work continues relentlessly. You follow the tracks away from town, where prairie grasses sway beside the steel rails. Buffalo once roamed these plains in unimaginable numbers. Now, their migration routes are interrupted by trains cutting directly across the landscape. Scholars bicker over exactly how much rail expansion accelerated the destruction of buffalo herds, though everyone agrees the impact is enormous. Farther ahead, you encounter a small camp of railroad workers eating supper from tin plates beside portable tents. Beans simmer over the fire again. Naturally, frontier cuisine remains deeply committed to beans, no matter the circumstance. A weary worker wipes sweat from his face with a red bandana blackened by soot. Another repairs boots using scraps of leather and quiet determination. Their hands are scarred, their clothing stiff with dust. Still laughter rises around the campfire between bites of food. Human beings adapt remarkably fast to difficult routines. Your mind drifts toward the strange rhythm railroads create across the West. Towns suddenly appear beside the tracks almost overnight. Saloons arrive first, then hotels, stores, banks, churches, schools, and eventually lawyers who somehow always appear once land becomes valuable. A curious footnote from frontier journalism mentions entire settlements competing desperately to attract railroad companies. Some towns offer free land or cash incentives. Others hold festivals hoping executives will choose their location for future stations. Communities bypassed by the railroad sometimes fade into near abandonment within years. The western sky darkens gradually into orange and violet. Insects buzz beside the tracks. Far away, another locomotive whistle echoes across the plains, softer, now almost lonely. You sit beside the rails, feeling faint warmth, still trapped inside the steel from the afternoon sun. It becomes clear that the railroad is not merely transportation. It is transformation itself. Distance shrinks, isolation weakens, frontier life speeds up. And yet even with iron rails stretching westward, much of the Wild West remains stubbornly untamed. Beyond the towns and stations lies enormous open country, where storms still arrive without warning, where travelers vanish on lonely trails, and where silence continues ruling the night once the trains have passed. The stars slowly emerge overhead one by one. Then another whistle drifts through the darkness, long, low, endless. Morning comes softly across cattle country, with pale sunlight spilling over miles of the open grassland, and the distant sound of hooves moving through dew-soaked prairie. The air smells of horses' leather and last night's campfire ashes. Somewhere nearby, a coffee pot rattles gently above glowing coals, while a sleepy cowboy mutters something unfriendly toward the dawn itself. You begin to understand very quickly that cowboy life in the 1870s contains far less dramatic gun spinning and far more back pain. The cowboy of the American West becomes one of the most famous figures in history, yet the real work is repetitive, exhausting, and strangely quiet. Records confirm that many cowboys spend 10 to 14 hours a day in the saddle during cattle drives, guiding herds across enormous distances toward rail towns in Kansas and beyond. It sounds adventurous until you realize it also involves dust in your teeth for 3 straight months. Your fingers brush against rough saddle leather stiffened by sweat and weather. Nearby horses shift impatiently in their bedroll tethers. Spurs jingle softly whenever someone walks across the camp. A chuck wagon cook already bangs metal pans together with the emotional warmth of a prison warden. Oddly enough, the cook often becomes the most respected man in camp. Cowboys may tolerate bad weather, stampeding cattle, and aching muscles, but they become deeply emotional if supper is disappointing. You climb into the saddle as the herd slowly begins moving again beneath the widening sky. Thousands of cattle spread across the prairie in restless waves of horns and dust. Their sounds merge into one enormous low murmur that never completely stops. The trails northward from Texas become major cattle routes after the Civil War. Longhorn cattle raised cheaply in Texas can sell for far higher prices in northern markets. So cowboys drive herds hundreds of miles toward railheads like Abilene or Dodge City. Historians still argue whether the cowboy lifestyle was truly romanticized immediately or whether the legends grew larger later through novels and traveling shows. Either way, the reality smells much more strongly of manure. Dust coats everything. Your hat, your coat, your eyebrows, the inside of your mouth somehow. One curious footnote from trail journals mentions cowboys occasionally wrapping wet bandanas across their faces simply to breathe during especially dry stretches. You ride beside another cowboy whose boots are cracked badly at the seams. His hat looks older than some governments. He speaks little, mostly watching the herd with tired concentration. Many cowboys are young men drifting between jobs, though some are Civil War veterans, freed black workers, Mexican vaqueros, or immigrants seeking steady wages. Records confirm that around 1 in 4 cowboys during this period are black, though later Hollywood stories largely erase that fact. Mexican vaqueros influence nearly every aspect of cowboy culture, from roping techniques to clothing styles and saddle design. Even the word cowboy carries echoes of older Spanish traditions from the Southwest. The cattle continue forward slowly through waist-high grass shimmering beneath the wind. Hawks circle overhead. Somewhere far away, thunder mutters beyond the horizon. You quickly discover that boredom becomes one of the great hidden enemies of trail life. Hours pass with little change except the steady movement of cattle and the creaking rhythm of saddle leather. Cowboys sing to the herd at night, partly to calm nervous animals, but also perhaps to reassure themselves. One scandalous aside from trail camps reveals that some cowboys become so tired of beans and salted meat that they dream vividly about fresh vegetables. Imagine risking stampedes and lightning storms, only to fantasize romantically about cabbage. The chuck wagon rolls nearby carrying flour, coffee, bacon, tools, and medical supplies. It serves as traveling kitchen, storage room, and emotional center of the drive. The cook often treats minor injuries, settles arguments, and decides who deserves extra pie portions, which is frankly dangerous political authority on the frontier. By afternoon, the heat thickens heavily across the plains. Sweat darkens shirts beneath leather vests. Flies swarm around the herd in maddening clouds. You wipe dust from your face, only to immediately replace it with fresh dust. Then suddenly, without warning, the cattle begin shifting nervously. A storm brews in the distance. The sky darkens greenish-gray along the horizon, while wind sweeps across the prairie in long, uneasy waves. Horses snort and toss their heads. Cowboys glance toward one another silently. Every rider understands the danger of a stampede. A frightened herd can become a moving avalanche of horns and muscle, capable of crushing riders beneath thousands of pounding hooves. Records confirm that stampedes kill many cowboys during the cattle drive era. Sometimes thunder triggers panic, sometimes a snake, sometimes simply one animal startling in the dark. Rain begins falling in cold scattered drops. The smell of wet earth rises instantly from the prairie. Lightning flickers far away. You keep your horse steady beside the herd, while riders spread outward carefully, speaking softly to nervous cattle. In your ears, the storm mixes with low animal sounds and jingling harness chains. For a tense hour, the drive continues beneath heavy clouds. Then the storm drifts northward, without disaster. The relief feels almost physical. As evening settles, camp forms beside a shallow creek lined with cottonwood trees. Horses graze nearby, while the cook serves beans again with unwavering confidence. A cowboy somewhere mutters that he may eventually transform into a bean himself. Nobody disagrees. The campfire crackles warmly beneath the darkening sky. Boots dry beside the flames. Someone repairs torn gloves with needle and thread. Another quietly strums a battered guitar. No agreement has been reached on why cowboy mythology becomes so powerful in American culture later on. Perhaps people admire the independence, perhaps the loneliness, perhaps the image of riders moving beneath endless skies appeals to something ancient inside human imagination. But sitting here now, listening to tired voices fade into the prairie night, the truth feels simpler. These are working men trying to survive difficult labor far from home. Above them, the western stars burn quietly beyond the smoke. By the time you reach the boomtown, the street already sounds like 100 separate arguments happening at once. Wagon wheels grind through thick mud. Piano music leaks from a saloon doorway. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith hammers iron with the steady confidence of a man attempting to frighten the entire county awake. The town itself seems to have appeared out of nowhere. That is often how Western boomtowns work during the 1870s. One railroad stop, one silver strike, or one successful cattle trail crossing can suddenly pull hundreds of people into the same patch of wilderness almost overnight. Records confirm that some frontier towns grow from scattered tents into bustling settlements within only a few years. Naturally, many of them are held together with optimism and extremely questionable carpentry. You walk slowly down the muddy main street, while the smell of horse manure, cigar smoke, whiskey, and frying onions drifts through the warm afternoon air. Wooden sidewalks creak beneath your boots. Signs swing above storefronts advertising barbers, dentists, lawyers, tailors, and patent medicines promising to cure nearly every disease known to mankind. One curious footnote from frontier advertising reveals that some traveling medicine salesmen claim their tonics could fix baldness, stomach pain, bad moods, weak lungs, and female nervous troubles simultaneously. Oddly enough, these miracle cures often contain alcohol opium or enough sugar to briefly convince people they feel wonderful. You pass a barber shop where customers lean back for shaves beneath striped poles spinning lazily in the wind. Frontier barbers frequently perform dentistry too, which feels less comforting the longer you think about it. Farther down the street, laundry hangs from second-floor balconies, while children chase each other between wagons. A dog sleeps peacefully beneath a water trough despite the chaos surrounding it. Someone argues loudly about cattle prices near the general store. Another man appears to be losing a fight with a stubborn mule, and perhaps with life itself. The truth about boom towns is that they are messy collections of ordinary struggles packed tightly together. Historians still argue whether these towns should be viewed as symbols of opportunity or examples of uncontrolled expansion. Both descriptions fit surprisingly well. Inside the general store, the air feels cooler and smells faintly of flour leather lamp oil and coffee beans stored in heavy sacks. Shelves crowd the walls from floor to ceiling. Tin cups hang beside bolts of cloth. Rifles rest behind the counter. Barrels of pickles stand near crates of canned peaches brought west by rail. For frontier families, stores like this become lifelines. Records confirm that many isolated settlers travel hours simply to purchase nails, medicine fabric, or tools impossible to make at home. Prices remain painfully high in remote regions. A broken wagon wheel or missing farming tool can threaten an entire season's survival. The shopkeeper greets customers while carefully watching everyone's hands. Theft happens constantly in busy frontier settlements. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers mentions a pickpocket so skilled that local gamblers reportedly applauded after discovering their wallets missing. Outside again, your attention drifts toward the saloons lining the street. Their swinging doors open and close endlessly as cowboys, miners, merchants, and travelers move through clouds of tobacco smoke and lamplight. Despite later legends, many saloons are surprisingly ordinary. Yes, gambling and drinking happen constantly, but these establishments always function as social centers, post offices, meeting halls, and temporary homes for lonely men drifting across the frontier. In towns where entertainment barely exists, a piano player and warm whiskey can feel almost luxurious. You step inside one dimly lit saloon where card games unfold beneath hanging oil lamps. The room smells of spilled beer, cigars, sweat, and sawdust scattered across the floor. A piano player works bravely through a tune, while several customers sing with emotional commitment stronger than musical accuracy. A bartender wipes glasses with a rag that perhaps began clean sometime during the previous decade. Cowboys lean against the bar with dusty hats tilted low across tired faces. A miner celebrates loudly beside two exhausted railroad workers. At one table, gamblers stare at cards with expressions usually reserved for surgery or warfare. Records confirm that gambling thrives across the frontier. Faro becomes especially popular in Western saloons. Oddly enough, many players fully understand the odds are terrible and continue gambling anyway. Human optimism remains one of history's most durable traditions. Your fingers brush against the rough wooden bar, polished smooth by years of elbows and spilled liquor. Conversation rises and falls around you in accents from every corner of America and Europe. That mixture of people defines frontier towns more than later myths often admit. You notice women moving through the settlement, too, though Western stories sometimes pretend otherwise. Some run boarding houses or restaurants. Some teach school. Some work as entertainers or laundresses. Others manage businesses entirely on their own after widowhood or abandonment. No agreement has been reached on exactly how much freedom frontier women experience compared to Eastern society. Arguments split along regional lines and individual experiences. Some women describe crushing isolation and danger. Others recall surprising independence, impossible back east. Evening settles slowly over the boom town. Lamps glow in hotel windows. Horses stamp beside hitching rails. Somewhere far away, a train whistle echoes faintly across the darkening plains. You wander toward the edge of town, where unfinished buildings stand beside open prairie. That abrupt contrast feels important. Civilization here is temporary and fragile. One bad winter, one failed mine, or one railroad rerouting can empty entire streets almost overnight. A curious footnote from abandoned boom towns reveals that pianos are sometimes left behind after communities collapse. Imagine wind blowing through empty saloons, where only silent instruments remain beside dust-covered bottles. The night air cools pleasantly now. Coyotes howl somewhere beyond the town limits, while laughter spills from saloon windows into the darkness. And beneath the noise, beneath the gambling and muddy streets and drifting smoke, you begin to sense what truly holds these places together. Not gold, not cattle, but restless people hoping tomorrow might finally reward all this effort. The prairie feels much lonelier once the boomtown disappears behind you. By late afternoon, only the wind remains, sweeping endlessly across tall grass beneath a pale western sky. Your wagon creaks forward slowly over rough ground, while harness chains jingle beside the steady breathing of oxen. Dust settles across your coat. The scent of dry earth and sun-warmed grass drifts through the air. Ahead, almost hidden against the landscape, sits a homestead. At first glance, it barely resembles a home at all. The structure rises low from the plains, like part of the earth itself, built from thick blocks of prairie sod stacked carefully into walls. A stovepipe pokes from the roof. Small windows reflect the fading sunlight. Nearby stands a crooked fence, a vegetable patch struggling against the harsh climate, and a barn that appears deeply uncertain about surviving another winter. Records confirm that thousands of settlers across the Great Plains built sod houses during the 19th century because timber is scarce in many western territories. These homes, often called soddies, are made from strips of tough prairie grass and packed soil cut directly from the land itself. Oddly enough, they insulate surprisingly well. They also occasionally leak insects from the ceiling into supper. You climb down from the wagon and feel rough prairie dirt crunch beneath your boots. Chickens scatter nervously around the yard, while a weary dog watches you with professional suspicion. Nearby laundry snaps sharply in the wind. The woman of the homestead greets you politely, though her face shows the exhaustion common to frontier life. Her hands are rough from endless chores. A baby rests against one hip, while another child carries water from a nearby well with very serious concentration. Frontier survival depends heavily on routine. Water must be hauled, food preserved, clothing repaired, animals fed, firewood gathered constantly. There are no convenient grocery stores glowing beside highways out here. Every task requires labor. Inside the sod house, the air smells of smoke bread, dough, damp soil, and kerosene. The walls feel cool to the touch. A cast-iron stove radiates precious warmth near the center of the room, while shelves hold carefully rationed supplies of flour, salt, pork beans, coffee, and canned fruit saved for special occasions. One curious footnote from settler diaries reveals that many frontier women become astonishingly creative cooks simply because ingredients are so limited. Some recipes involve vinegar pie made without lemons, or mock apple pie created from crackers and spices. Human beings apparently possess an eternal determination to invent dessert under impossible conditions. You sit at the rough wooden table while the family prepares supper. Outside, the wind rattles faintly against the sod walls. The sound reminds you how exposed these settlements truly are. Historians still argue whether the Homestead Act fulfills its promise for most settlers. Passed during the Civil War, the law offers land to people willing to farm it. For some families, homesteading creates lasting prosperity. For many others, drought, debt, isolation, and crop failure destroy those dreams entirely. The father returns from the field shortly before sunset, carrying tools over one shoulder. His boots are coated thick with mud from irrigating crops near the creek. Farming the plains proves far harder than Eastern advertisements suggest. Rainfall is unreliable. Grasshopper swarms sometimes devour entire harvests. Blizzards arrive suddenly during winter with terrifying force. Yet families continue arriving westward. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers mentions land speculators exaggerating Western conditions so wildly that some settlers expect gentle weather and fertile paradise, only to encounter dust storms powerful enough to relocate chickens into neighboring counties. Supper begins quietly beneath the warm glow of lamplight. Beans again naturally, biscuits, salt pork, coffee strong enough to awaken historical figures from several centuries earlier. Still, the meal feels comforting after a long day. Children whisper sleepily while spoons scrape against tin plates. The mother mends clothing beside the stove between bites of food. The father studies weather signs outside through the small window with permanent concern. Your mind drifts toward the emotional weight of frontier isolation. Some homesteads sit miles from their nearest neighbors. During winter storms, families may remain trapped alone for days or weeks. Letters arrive slowly. Medical help slower still. Records confirm that loneliness becomes a serious problem for many settlers, especially women living far from towns. Diaries often describe missing conversation almost as painfully as missing comfort itself. After supper, you step outside into cooling evening air. The prairie stretches endlessly beneath deepening twilight. Crickets hum through the grass. Somewhere far away, coyotes begin calling across the plains. The silence feels enormous. Then suddenly, lightning flickers along the western horizon. A storm approaches. You smell rain long before it arrives. The wind shifts colder. Horses near the barn grow restless. The family moves quickly, now securing tools and livestock before darkness settles completely. Prairie storms during the 1870s inspired genuine fear among settlers. With few trees and little shelter, lightning strikes frequently. Tornadoes sometimes appear with horrifying speed. Records confirm that hailstorms occasionally destroy entire crops within minutes. Inside the sod house again, lamplight flickers softly while thunder rolls closer across the plains. Rain finally begins striking the roof in steady waves. Oddly enough, storms also create moments of strange comfort. The family gathers together near the stove while the weather rages outside. A child falls asleep against a parent's shoulder. Someone quietly reads from a worn Bible. Another person hums an old song barely louder than the rain itself. No agreement has been reached on why so many settlers continue enduring frontier hardship despite constant setbacks. Scholars bicker over whether hope, desperation, land hunger, or simple stubbornness drives Western expansion most strongly. Perhaps all of them matter. The storm continues through the night. while you lie beneath heavy blankets, listening to rain drum softly against the sod roof overhead. And out there beyond the little house, beyond the weak lantern glow and muddy fields, the prairie waits in darkness without end. Morning arrives slowly after the storm, with cool rainwater dripping from the sod roof, and pale sunlight spreading across the wet prairie grass. The homestead smells of damp earth, wood smoke, and fresh bread warming beside the stove. Outside, chickens wander proudly through mud as though personally responsible for the weather improving. Inside the little house, the day has already begun long before sunrise. That is true for many women across the American frontier during the 1870s. Their labor rarely appears in dramatic Western legends, yet frontier communities often survive because of their endurance. Records confirm that women on the plains frequently cook, clean, sew, preserve food, tend gardens, care for livestock, raise children, haul water, and sometimes manage entire farms or businesses alongside those responsibilities, which is honestly enough work for several human beings at once. You watch the woman of the homestead knead dough with practiced movements while simultaneously supervising children, checking laundry near the stove, and reminding her husband about fence repairs. Frontier households cannot afford specialization. Everyone performs multiple jobs constantly. Your fingers brush against rough homespun cloth hanging near the fire to dry. A kettle rattles softly atop the stove. Somewhere outside, an axe strikes wood with rhythmic thuds. One curious footnote from frontier memoirs mentions women saving scraps of fabric so carefully that old dresses, flour sacks, and worn shirts eventually become quilts stitched together over many winters. Those quilts often survive longer than the houses themselves. You step outdoors where the prairie air feels fresh after the storm. Nearby, another woman rides toward the homestead in a small wagon carrying eggs jars of preserves and gossip collected from neighboring farms several miles away. Social visits matter deeply in isolated regions. Conversation itself becomes valuable. Historians still argue whether frontier life grants women greater independence or simply heavier burdens. Some Western territories allow women unusual opportunities to own businesses, vote earlier than Eastern states, or manage property directly. Yet daily life also remains physically exhausting and often dangerous. The visiting neighbor climbs down from her wagon while her boots sink into soft mud. She laughs easily, despite windburned cheeks and tired eyes. Frontier humor tends to develop around survival. If you cannot laugh at leaking roofs, broken wagon wheels, and cows escaping fences during snowstorms, the prairie will eventually defeat your spirit entirely. Inside the homestead again, coffee pours into thick ceramic mugs, while conversation drifts across the kitchen. News travels slowly here, carried mostly by travelers' letters and neighboring families. A new railroad line, a sickness in town, a wedding, a failed harvest farther west. One scandalous aside from frontier settlements reveals that gossip spreads across the plains with astonishing speed, despite the enormous distances involved. Apparently, human beings can transport rumors more efficiently than telegraph wires when properly motivated. You begin noticing how women quietly hold frontier communities together in ways rarely celebrated publicly. They organize church gatherings, teach children, care for sick neighbors, prepare meals for funerals and barn raisings, run boarding houses where travelers find rest. manage stores while husbands drive cattle for months at a time. Records confirm that many widowed women continue operating ranches or businesses independently after losing spouses to illness, accidents, or war. The frontier can be brutally unfair, but necessity occasionally forces society to bend practical rules around survival. Your mind drifts toward the emotional strain carried inside these isolated homes. Imagine winter nights stretching endlessly across the plains while blizzards shake the walls. Imagine childbirth hours from medical help. Imagine months passing without seeing family members far away back east. No agreement has been reached on how many frontier women secretly regret moving westward. Diaries reveal wildly different experiences. Some describe freedom and pride. Others confess loneliness so severe it feels almost physical. Outside, the clouds finally break apart completely, revealing enormous blue sky above the prairie. The children run toward the creek, chasing each other with sticks transformed into imaginary rifles and horses. Their laughter echoes through the grasslands. Meanwhile, work continues. Laundry must still be scrubbed by hand, water hauled, butter churned, soap made, clothing repaired. Records confirm that simple household chores consume astonishing amounts of time during the 19th century. Washing clothes alone can require an entire day of boiling water, scrubbing fabric, rinsing, wringing, and hanging garments beneath uncertain weather. Modern washing machines would appear downright supernatural here. Later in the afternoon, you travel into a nearby frontier town where women move through busy streets, carrying baskets, ledgers, bolts of cloth, and sleepy children balanced expertly on hips. Some operate bakeries or dress shops. Others teach at small schools where students range wildly in age and behavior. A curious footnote from Western classrooms mentions teachers occasionally keeping revolvers inside desks during rough frontier periods, not necessarily for shootouts, sometimes simply to discourage aggressive coyotes wandering too close to schoolyards. The West remains committed to unusual workplace conditions. You enter a boarding house run by a middle-aged widow whose sharp eyes miss absolutely nothing. The dining room smells of stew, yeast, bread, lamp oil, and wet boots drying near the entrance. Cowboys, salesmen, and railroad workers fill the tables while she directs servants, serves food, balances, accounts, and settles disputes with calm authority. Nobody argues with her twice. Records confirm that boarding houses become essential businesses across the frontier because so many towns grow faster than permanent housing can be built. Travelers depend heavily on these establishments for meals, beds, and reliable information. As evening settles across the town, lamps begin glowing warmly behind windows. A church bell rings faintly through the cooling air. Somewhere down the muddy street, piano music drifts from another saloon doorway. Yet even amid the noise of frontier towns, much of Western life still depends upon women working quietly behind the scenes, often without recognition beyond their own exhausted households. The prairie darkens slowly beneath deep violet skies, and inside countless small homes scattered across the American West, supper is served, children are tucked beneath quilts, and another difficult day finally comes gently to rest. The prairie schoolhouse stands alone beneath a wide Kansas sky, small as a toy against the endless grasslands. Wind pushes softly against the wooden walls, while a faded American flag flutters beside the entrance. Somewhere nearby, a horse stomps impatiently beside a hitching rail, clearly unconvinced by the value of formal education. You step closer through crunchy morning frost and hear the muffled sound of children laughing inside. Frontier childhood in the 1870s is a strange mixture of freedom and responsibility. Records confirm that many children begin serious chores at remarkably young ages. Boys may herd livestock, gather firewood, repair fences, or help drive wagons before reaching their teenage years. Girls often cook so-care for younger siblings and assist with household labor from early childhood onward. At the same time, Western children experience enormous open spaces almost unimaginable to later generations. You can disappear into the prairie for hours out here. Inside the schoolhouse, the air smells of chalk dust, damp wool coats, pine wood, and smoke drifting from the cast-iron stove at the center of the room. Boots scrape across rough wooden floors, while students squeeze together at long desks carved with initials and knife marks. The teacher, a young woman barely older than some of her students, rings a small brass bell for silence. She teaches every age group together in one room, which means arithmetic lessons compete constantly with spelling recitations and restless whispering from older boys, pretending not to notice older girls. One curious footnote from frontier schools reveals that attendance often depends heavily on weather and harvest schedules. During planting or cattle season, half the classroom may vanish for weeks to help families survive. Education matters deeply, but survival still wins most arguments on the frontier. You sit quietly near the back wall as lessons begin. Outside, sunlight spills across the prairie grass in pale gold waves. Inside, children recite multiplication tables while one small boy struggles heroically not to fall asleep beside the stove. Records confirm that literacy rates rise steadily across much of the American West, despite difficult conditions. Many frontier families view education as essential for improving future opportunities. Some isolated communities build schoolhouses before churches or proper roads. Historians still argue whether frontier childhood creates unusually resilient adults or simply forces children to grow up too quickly. Perhaps both things happen at once. At midday, the students burst outdoors into cold sunshine with explosive energy. Snow from the previous storm still lingers beneath shaded fence lines. Children race across the yard, chasing each other with sticks transformed into rifles, cavalry sabers, or imaginary buffalo hunting spears. A group of boys attempts to balance on a fence rail until one falls directly into a muddy puddle with tragic inevitability. Frontier games require creativity because toys remain limited for many families. One scandalous aside from pioneer memoirs describes children becoming so bored during long winters that they race pig bladders inflated like balloons across frozen yards. Human beings truly possess endless imagination when denied modern entertainment. You walk with several children toward a nearby creek where ice cracks softly beneath the afternoon sun. They know this land intimately already. Which hills hide rattlesnakes? Which trees contain owl nests? Which ponds freeze dangerously thin during winter? That knowledge matters. Records confirm that frontier children often face dangers modern parents would consider horrifying. Drowning accidents with livestock, severe weather disease and isolation threaten families constantly. Medical help may lie hours or days away, and yet childhood joy survives stubbornly, even here. One little girl proudly carries a rag doll stitched from scraps of old dresses. Another child whistles through a blade of prairie grass while walking barefoot despite the cold. A pair of brothers argue fiercely about whose turn it is to ride the family mule, though the mule appears deeply opposed to participating at all. Your mind drifts toward evenings on frontier homesteads after chores finally end. Lamplight flickers softly against sod walls while families gather around small tables for supper. Children shell beans, mend harness straps, or listen to stories read aloud from treasured books already worn thin by many hands. Oddly enough, storytelling becomes one of the great entertainments of frontier life. Without radios, movies, or televisions, people depend heavily on conversation and imagination. Tales grow larger with every retelling. Storms become fiercer, wolves bigger, outlaws deadlier. Grandfathers especially appear committed to transforming ordinary events into heroic epics by the third telling. Later, you visit a ranch where children help adults prepare for a cattle drive. A teenage boy saddles horses with serious concentration, while younger siblings carry water buckets across the yard. Their movements already reflect adult routines. Records confirm that frontier children often become skilled riders very early because horses are essential transportation across the West. Some youngsters can rope calves or handle teams of horses long before reaching adulthood. No agreement has been reached on whether Western childhood feels harsher or freer than life back east. Eastern factory children may labor in crowded mills beneath dangerous machinery. Frontier children work outdoors beneath open skies, but face isolation and unpredictable danger instead. As sunset approaches the ranch, family gathers near the porch beneath cooling orange light. The smell of stew drifts from the kitchen while cattle low softly in distant pastures. Coyotes begin calling far across the plains. A curious footnote from Western diaries mentions children becoming fascinated by dime novels describing exaggerated frontier adventures despite already living in the actual frontier. Apparently, real life still benefits from additional dramatic editing. The youngest child leans sleepily against a parent while stars slowly emerge overhead one by one. Somewhere beyond the hills, a train whistle echoes faintly through the darkening evening. Tomorrow will bring more chores, more lessons, more dust and weather, and endless prairie wind. But tonight, for a little while at least, the frontier feels calm, and the children of the Wild West drift quietly toward sleep beneath enormous western skies. By the time darkness settles fully across the frontier town, the saloon windows glow like little islands of gold against the cold prairie night. Wind rattles signs above muddy streets, while horses stand tied outside beneath drifting lantern light. Somewhere nearby, laughter bursts suddenly through the darkness, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone losing either a poker hand or an argument, possibly both. You push through the swinging saloon doors and immediately feel warmth, noise, and tobacco smoke wrap around you like a heavy blanket. The room smells of whiskey, wet wool, sawdust, perfume, and fried onions carried from the kitchen in uneven waves. Boots scrape constantly across the wooden floor. Glasses clink, cards slap tables, and through all of it a piano struggles bravely onward. The pianist, a thin man with rolled sleeves and exhausted eyes, plays with the determination of someone who knows the entire room may collapse emotionally if the music stops for too long. Records confirm that music becomes deeply important in frontier communities. In isolated towns where entertainment options remain limited, saloons, dance halls, and traveling performers provide precious escape from endless labor. You find a place near the wall while the evening unfolds around you. Cowboys fresh off cattle drives crowd beside railroad workers blackened with soot. Miners lean heavily over whiskey glasses. A traveling salesman loudly praises a hair tonic that appears capable of dissolving paint. One curious footnote from Western saloons reveals that many bartenders keep free lunches available partly to encourage drinking. Salty food makes customers thirsty. Human business strategies, it seems, have always possessed a certain creativity. A woman in a blue dress laughs near the piano, while another balances drinks through the crowded room with astonishing skill. Frontier saloons employ musicians, dancers, cooks, cleaners, bartenders, and entertainers of many kinds. Contrary to later myths, not every saloon worker fits neatly into dime novel stereotypes. Historians still argue whether Western saloons deserve their reputation as lawless dens of vice, or whether they function more like rough community centers. The truth changes from town to town. Some become violent and dangerous. Others host political meetings, wedding celebrations, business deals, and ordinary social gatherings. Tonight, this one feels more tired than violent. At a nearby table, several cowboys play cards beneath an oil lamp stained dark with smoke. Their hats cast shadows across weathered faces while coins clink softly between rough fingers. You notice how carefully everyone watches everyone else. Frontier gambling depends heavily on reading expressions and spotting dishonesty before trouble begins. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers describes a gambler so notorious for cheating that customers once fired bullets into the ceiling simply to distract him long enough for revenge. Frontier conflict resolution occasionally lacks subtlety. The piano shifts into a slower tune, now warm and melancholy, beneath the drifting haze of cigar smoke. Conversations soften slightly. Someone hums along from the bar. Your fingers brush the rough wooden counter worn smooth by countless elbows over the years. Bartenders in Western towns hear everything: cattle prices, railroad rumors, political gossip, marriage troubles, gold strikes, murder stories exaggerated beyond all reason. Records confirm that saloons often double as unofficial information exchanges across the frontier. Travelers arriving from distant territories carry news more valuable than newspapers in many isolated settlements. You glance toward the far corner where a group of miners still wear muddy boots from mountain camps. Their hands are scarred and swollen from labor. One stares silently into his drink, while another tells a long story involving dynamite freezing weather and a mule with what sounds like serious personality defects. Oddly enough, frontier humor grows darker wherever labor becomes harder. Outside wind moans softly through the streets. Inside the saloon glows warmer by comparison. That contrast matters. After endless miles of lonely prairie or dangerous mountain work, crowded rooms filled with light and voices feel comforting. No agreement has been reached on exactly how much alcohol people consume in the Old West compared to eastern cities, though records suggest drinking is certainly common. Water quality in some frontier towns remains questionable at best, which perhaps explains why whiskey occasionally appears safer than the local well. A curious footnote from travelers mentions frontier coffee, often tasting so terrible that some residents jokingly describe whiskey as the more civilized beverage. The swinging doors burst open suddenly, letting in a gust of cold air, and two trail-weary cowboys coated nearly head to toe in dust. The piano player barely glances up. Clearly this happens every evening. The newcomers order food immediately with the focused desperation of men who have spent too many weeks eating beans beside campfires. Plates of stew arrive steaming beneath the lamplight. One cowboy closes his eyes after the first bite, as though briefly reunited with civilization itself. You begin noticing the rhythms hidden inside the noise. Glasses being washed behind the bar, boots tapping beneath tables, coins sliding across wood, quiet conversations between lonely travelers pretending not to feel lonely. Frontier towns can be harsh places, but human beings still search for connection within them. Near midnight, the crowd thins slightly. Some customers stagger toward boarding houses, while others continue gambling with stubborn determination. The piano finally falls silent for a moment, leaving only the murmur of voices and the creaking of floorboards. For a moment, it feels as though the entire town exhales. Outside again, the night air feels sharp and cold after the smoky warmth indoors. Stars spread endlessly overhead beyond the scattered lantern glow of the settlement. Far away, coyotes call across the plains. Behind you, laughter rises once more from inside the saloon. The Wild West may later become famous for gunfighters and outlaws, but most nights are simpler than legend remembers. Mostly people gather together, trying not to feel so far from home. The sheriff's office sits halfway down the muddy street between a barber shop and a feed store, whose front porch leans slightly to the left, perhaps from exhaustion. Morning sunlight spills across the town, while wagon wheels grind through yesterday's dried mud. Somewhere nearby, a rooster crows with unreasonable confidence for an animal contributing very little to public safety. You pause outside the sheriff's office and study the building carefully. It is smaller than you expected. That surprises many people about frontier law in the 1870s. Records confirm that law enforcement across much of the American West is often informal, understaffed, and deeply dependent on local personalities. Some towns have only one sheriff responsible for enormous territories stretching across hundreds of miles. And sometimes that sheriff also collects taxes, manages the jail, serves court papers, and attempts to stop drunks from wrestling livestock in public. Inside the office, the air smells of coffee, old paper tobacco smoke, and damp leather. A cast-iron stove radiates warmth near the back wall, while wanted posters hang crookedly beside shelves stacked with ledgers and rifles. The sheriff himself looks less like a legendary gunfighter and more like a tired farmer interrupted during supper. His coat is worn shiny at the elbows. His boots carry dried mud from half the county. A revolver rests low on his belt, beside handcuffs polished smooth with use. One curious footnote from Western records reveals that many frontier sheriffs are elected rather than professionally trained. Popularity matters nearly as much as skill. Voters often prefer men known for calm judgment over flashy violence, despite what later movies suggest. You sit quietly while townspeople drift through the office, carrying complaints, rumors, and small disasters. Someone reports stolen horses. Another argues about property lines. A rancher insists his neighbor deliberately allowed pigs onto shared grazing land, which apparently qualifies as frontier diplomacy. Historians still argue whether the Wild West is truly more violent than Eastern American cities during the same period. Surprisingly, some frontier towns experience fewer murders than crowded industrial centers back east. Yet Western violence tends to feel more dramatic because communities are smaller and newspapers eagerly exaggerate every shooting. And frontier newspapers absolutely adore exaggeration. One scandalous aside from Western journalism describes editors publishing entirely invented gunfights simply because nothing exciting happens that week. Apparently, even the 19th century understands the value of dramatic headlines. Outside the office, the town continues waking beneath bright prairie sunlight. A blacksmith hammers iron nearby, while children run errands carrying baskets and buckets between storefronts. Horses stamp impatiently beside hitching rails. Law on the frontier depends heavily on reputation. That becomes clear as you walk with the sheriff down the street. Some men lower their eyes respectfully when he passes. Others nod casually. A few disappear quietly into alleys. In isolated communities where formal institutions remain weak, personal authority matters enormously. Records confirm that many frontier disputes never reach proper courtrooms at all. Neighbors settle conflicts privately. Ranchers negotiate grazing rights informally. Mining camps sometimes create their own temporary rules before official governments arrive. Of course, this system works better for some people than others. No agreement has been reached on whether frontier justice should be remembered as rugged independence or inconsistent chaos. Scholars bicker over how fairly laws are applied across race, class, and gender lines. Native Americans, Chinese immigrants, Mexican residents, and freed black settlers often face unequal treatment despite official legal protections. The sheriff stops outside the town jail, a squat wooden structure with barred windows and a smell suggesting very poor ventilation decisions. Inside, two prisoners sit on narrow bunks, looking deeply unimpressed with their accommodations. One man was arrested for drunken fighting. The other allegedly stole a mule. Oddly enough, mule theft becomes surprisingly serious on the frontier. Horses and mules are essential transportation labor and survival tools. Stealing one can destroy a family's livelihood completely. A curious footnote from frontier courts mentions juries occasionally sympathizing with horse thieves during harsh winters if starvation appears involved. The line between crime and desperation grows blurry in difficult times. By afternoon, heat rises from the streets while flies buzz lazily around wagon yards. You follow the sheriff toward a small cafe where townspeople gather for lunch and gossip. Coffee cups clatter. Someone argues politics near the window. A traveling salesman loudly claims he once met Wild Bill Hickok, though nobody at the table appears fully convinced. That raises another truth about the West. Legends begin forming almost immediately. Famous gunfighters and lawmen certainly exist, but dime novels transform them into nearly mythical figures while they are still alive. Records confirm that sensational stories spread rapidly across America during the 1870s, shaping public imagination long before Hollywood exists. The real frontier often feels slower and stranger than those stories admit. You notice this especially later that evening when trouble finally arrives. A drunk cowboy stumbles from the saloon, shouting insults at nearly everyone within hearing distance. Several townspeople step aside cautiously, while the sheriff approaches with visible patience, already wearing thin. There is no dramatic music, no tense duel beneath the sunset, just one exhausted lawman trying to prevent a foolish situation from becoming deadly. The cowboy eventually surrenders after lengthy complaining and one failed attempt to punch a hitching post. The crowd disperses almost immediately afterward, disappointed by the lack of theatrical gunfire. Records confirm that many Western sheriffs spend far more time dealing with drunkenness, theft, and disorderly conduct than dramatic shootouts. Real law enforcement usually involves paperwork and irritation rather than glory. As night settles over the town once more, lanterns glow softly along the street. The sheriff returns quietly to his office, where ledgers still wait beside cooling coffee and stacks of unfinished reports. Outside, coyotes howl faintly beyond the edge of civilization, and inside, countless little frontier towns scattered across the American West, weary lawmen continue holding fragile order together with stubbornness, reputation, and not nearly enough sleep. The stagecoach road cuts through lonely country, where the prairie rolls outward in silent waves beneath a pale afternoon sky. Dry wind pushes dust across the trail, while distant hills shimmer faintly in the heat. Your horse moves steadily beside the coach saddle, leather creaking softly with every mile. Out here, beyond the telegraph poles and town limits, the frontier feels much larger again, and far less predictable. The passengers inside the stagecoach sit shoulder to shoulder among mail sacks, supply crates, and enough discomfort to permanently damage anyone's posture. One man snores against the window, despite the violent rattling of the wheels. A woman clutches a small silver locket while staring nervously at the horizon. Across from her, a traveling salesman continues talking about patent medicines with heroic determination, despite absolutely nobody encouraging him. Records confirm that stagecoach travel during the 1870s is slow, crowded, dusty, and often miserable. Yet for many frontier communities, these coaches provide essential transportation long before railroads reach every territory. They also carry money, which naturally attracts trouble. The driver spits tobacco into the dirt and adjusts the shotgun resting beside him. That detail is not decorative. Stage robberies become famous across the American West because isolated roads create perfect conditions for bandits hoping to intercept payrolls, gold shipments, or passenger valuables. Historians still argue whether frontier outlaw violence becomes exaggerated through newspapers and dime novels. Many robberies are smaller and less dramatic than later stories suggest. Yet certain gangs genuinely terrify Western communities for years. The road bends through narrow rocky hills now. Sagebrush rustles beside the trail. Somewhere overhead, a hawk circles lazily through enormous blue sky. You notice the driver studying the ridges carefully. One curious footnote from Frontier Stage Lines reveals that some companies instruct drivers never to stop during suspicious situations unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, cliffs, broken wheels, exhausted horses, and armed men tend to complicate those instructions. The coach rattles onward. Then suddenly, movement flashes across the ridge above. Two riders appear against the sky. Their horses scramble down the slope while dust sprays behind pounding hooves. Bandanas cover their faces. One man raises a revolver. The other carries a rifle awkwardly enough to suggest limited professional training, which somehow feels more concerning. The coach lurches to a stop. Oddly enough, many real outlaws are far younger than later legends imply. Records confirm that numerous frontier bandits are men barely into adulthood, drifting through unstable lives shaped by war, poverty, failed ranches, gambling debts, or plain bad decisions, and occasionally astonishing stupidity. The robbers order everyone from the coach while attempting to sound terrifying. One succeeds moderately better than the other, Passengers climb down slowly into the dust beneath blazing afternoon sunlight. The outlaw with the rifle keeps glancing nervously toward the hills, as though expecting cavalry soldiers, federal marshals, or perhaps his disappointed mother to arrive at any moment. One scandalous aside from Western crime reports mentions bandits accidentally robbing nearly empty stagecoaches after receiving wildly inaccurate information from informants. Imagine risking execution only to discover the strongbox contains mostly paperwork and socks. You stand quietly beside the horses while the robbery unfolds with clumsy urgency. The outlaws seize cash watches and several mailbags before retreating quickly toward the hills. Then they disappear. Just like that. No dramatic shootout. No heroic music swelling beneath the sunset. Mostly confusion dust and passengers complaining bitterly about ruined travel schedules. Records confirm that many frontier crimes happen quickly and chaotically, rather than with cinematic precision. Newspapers later reshape these events into thrilling adventures because ordinary truth rarely sells as well. The stagecoach eventually continues onward, while passengers nervously recount the robbery again and again, improving details slightly with each retelling. By tomorrow morning, one man will probably claim the bandits' number 20 armed riders instead of two anxious boys barely managing their own horses. Human storytelling remains wonderfully reliable in that way. As evening approaches, you arrive at a lonely relay station where fresh horses wait beside a weathered wooden building. The place smells of hay, coffee sweat, and frying salt pork. Lantern light glows warmly through the windows, while tired travelers stretch aching backs near the corral. Inside conversation immediately turns toward outlaw stories. Everyone on the frontier seems to know names like Jesse James or Billy the Kid, though often through rumor more than fact. Dime novels transform criminals into strange folk heroes, despite the fear and damage they cause. No agreement has been reached on why Americans become so fascinated with Western outlaws. Scholars bicker over whether people admire rebellion itself or simply enjoy stories about individuals escaping ordinary rules. Perhaps frontier life already feels uncertain enough that legends provide comforting structure. Heroes, villains, gunfights, clear endings. Reality rarely cooperates so neatly. You sit near the fire, while an old rancher describes losing cattle to thieves years earlier. Across the room, another traveler insists most famous outlaws are either exaggerated or dead already. A third claims the government secretly invents certain gang stories to frighten settlers into obedience. Sleep deprivation and frontier whiskey clearly encourage creative political theories, too. Outside, darkness settles heavily across the open country. Coyotes howl beyond the station yard, while wind moves softly through dry grass. Horses shift restlessly in the corral beneath the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the lantern glow, real outlaws still drift across the western territories tonight. Tired young men riding through darkness with stolen money tucked inside dusty saddlebags. Not legends yet, just human beings making dangerous choices beneath enormous skies. The mountains rise slowly out of the western horizon like dark blue shadows, at first almost unreal against the pale morning sky. As your wagon climbs higher along the rocky trail, pine trees begin replacing open prairie grass, and the air grows colder, thinner, sharper in your lungs. Far below, rivers flash silver through narrow valleys. Somewhere ahead lies gold. or at least the possibility of gold, which during the 1870s is often enough to pull thousands of people into dangerous wilderness with astonishing optimism. You follow a line of wagons, mules, and weary prospectors winding steadily toward a mining camp hidden deep in the mountains. Picks and shovels clatter against wooden wagon beds. Men wrapped in dusty coats walk beside overloaded animals, carrying supplies uphill through loose rock and mud. Records confirm that gold and silver strikes across Western territories helped drive enormous migration during the 19th century. Mining camps appear rapidly in places once inhabited only by scattered trappers or native communities. Entire towns emerge around rumors, and sometimes disappear just as quickly when the rumors fail. The trail narrows dangerously beside a steep cliff edge where wagon wheels scrape uncomfortably close to empty air. One mule refuses to continue for several dramatic minutes while its owner negotiates with it using threats, bribery, and language unsuitable for polite company. Oddly enough, frontier diaries contain almost as many complaints about stubborn animals as they do about weather. By midday, you finally reach the mining camp itself. It clings to the mountainside in a jumble of rough cabins, muddy pathways, canvas tents, tool sheds, and smoke-stained boarding houses. The entire settlement smells of pine sap, wood smoke, wet earth sweat, and blasting powder drifting faintly through the cold air. Men move everywhere, carrying tools over their shoulders. Hammers ring against metal. Mules bray beside supply wagons. Somewhere downhill, dynamite explodes with a deep, muffled boom that rolls through the valley like distant thunder. The camp feels restless. Mining life in the Wild West is brutally difficult. Records confirm that prospectors and laborers often work long hours underground beneath dangerous conditions. Cave-ins, floods, explosions, toxic air, and freezing temperatures threaten workers constantly. Yet people continue arriving with dreams of sudden wealth. One curious footnote from Western mining camps reveals that prospectors frequently rename ordinary creeks with wildly optimistic titles like Fortune Gulch or Millionaire Run long before finding anything valuable there. Human confidence clearly survives even repeated disappointment. You step carefully through muddy streets where snow still lingers beneath shaded buildings. A cookhouse nearby sends warm smells of stew and fresh bread into the chilly afternoon. Hungry miners crowd around its entrance, carrying tin bowls and exhausted expressions. Inside the cookhouse, the heat fogs the windows, while conversations rise and fall beneath hanging oil lamps. Men discuss ore quality collapsing tunnels, gambling debts, and rumors of richer claims farther north. Historians still argue whether Western mining creates more lasting prosperity or more ruined lives overall. For every wealthy mine owner, countless laborers leave the mountains broke, injured, or deeply disillusioned, and sometimes all three simultaneously. You sit near the stove while snow begins falling lightly outside. Across the table, a gray-bearded prospector studies a small leather pouch containing gold flakes gathered from river sediment. His hands tremble slightly as he pours the tiny pieces into his palm beneath the lamplight. The amount looks disappointingly small, still he smiles at it like treasure. That feeling drives entire mining regions forward. Hope itself becomes part of the economy. Records confirm that some prospectors spend years searching unsuccessfully for major strikes while surviving on odd jobs, gambling, or borrowed supplies. mining camps fill with men suspended somewhere between ambition and desperation. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers mentions fake mining schemes selling worthless claims to gullible newcomers before disappearing overnight. Apparently, financial scams travel west almost as quickly as railroads. Later, you walk toward the mines themselves, where narrow tunnels vanish directly into the mountainside. Cold wind drifts outward, carrying the smell of damp stone and blasting powder. Lanterns flicker weakly inside the darkness. You follow a group of miners underground. The tunnel ceiling hangs low overhead, supported by rough timber beams slick with moisture. Water drips steadily down the walls. Somewhere deeper inside, picks strike rock in slow, rhythmic echoes. The atmosphere feels heavy, claustrophobic. Records confirm that underground mining during this era is extremely dangerous. Poor ventilation allows poisonous gases and dust to accumulate. Accidents happen frequently. Medical treatment remains limited in isolated camps. No agreement has been reached on exactly how many deaths occur across western mining regions, because records are inconsistent and many remote camps lack proper documentation entirely. You emerge back into daylight, relieved to breathe cold mountain air again. Snow continues falling softly across the camp, now dusting rooftops and wagon trails in white. As evening settles, saloons and gambling halls begin glowing warmly against the darkening mountains. Piano music drifts faintly through the snow, while miners crowd around card tables, hoping perhaps for luck above ground after losing it underground. A curious footnote from Colorado mining towns mentions pet canaries occasionally being kept not only inside tunnels for safety warnings, but also inside saloons afterward, because miners become oddly attached to them. Even harsh frontier camps create tenderness in unexpected places. You stand near the edge of town, watching lanterns flicker across the snowy valley below. Beyond the camp stretch endless mountains filled with silent danger and buried possibility. Tomorrow morning men will descend underground again, chasing thin veins of gold hidden inside ancient stone. Some will find fortune, most will not. Yet tonight, the whole camp dreams beneath falling snow and western stars, half hidden behind drifting clouds. The smell reaches you before the herd does, a heavy mixture of dust, animal musk, drying hides, and wood smoke drifts across the plains, while the morning wind bends tall grass beneath a pale gray sky. Somewhere far ahead, rifles crack in uneven echoes. Then the buffalo appear. At first they seem like dark shadows moving slowly across the prairie horizon, but as you ride closer, the scale becomes astonishing. Hundreds upon hundreds of massive animals spread across the grasslands, their thick coats rippling beneath the wind, their hooves shaking the earth with low rolling thunder. For countless generations, buffalo shape life across the Great Plains. Records confirm that millions of American bison once roamed western North America in enormous migratory herds. Native nations depend upon them for food, clothing, shelter tools, and trade goods. Every part of the animal serves a purpose. Now, during the 1870s, that world is collapsing with terrifying speed. You ride beside a group of buffalo hunters camped near the edge of the plains. Their wagons carry rifles, ammunition crates, skinning knives, barrels of salt, and stacks of drying hides already stiffening beneath the cold morning air. The camp feels grimly practical. One curious footnote from frontier hunting journals mentions experienced buffalo hunters becoming so familiar with herd behavior that they sometimes predict movements simply by watching how the lead animals react to wind direction. The plains reward careful observation. The hunters themselves look exhausted rather than heroic. Faces burned dark by sun and wind, hands cracked from cold weather and endless labor, boots stained with mud and blood from skinning operations that continue hour after hour. Records confirm that professional buffalo hunting becomes highly profitable after railroads expand westward. Buffalo hides are used for industrial belts, robes, and leather goods back east. Some hunters kill dozens of animals in a single day, and the killing grows industrial. You follow one hunter across the prairie as he settles beside a long-range rifle mounted carefully on crossed sticks. The air feels cold against your face. Dry grass rustles softly around you. Far ahead, the herd grazes peacefully beneath widening sunlight. The rifle fires. The sound rolls across the plains while one enormous buffalo collapses heavily into the grass. The rest of the herd startles, but does not flee immediately. Another shot follows, then another. Historians still argue whether the destruction of buffalo herds is driven mainly by commercial greed, military strategy, railroad expansion, or deliberate attempts to weaken native resistance across the plains. Most scholars agree all these forces overlap heavily. Watching the hunt now, the scale of loss feels difficult to fully understand. One scandalous aside from railroad passengers describes tourists firing at buffalo directly from train windows simply for amusement. Some conductors reportedly slow trains to improve shooting opportunities. Human beings occasionally demonstrate astonishing talent for wastefulness. By midday, skinners move quickly across the prairie, removing hides, while scavenger birds circle overhead. The work is hard, repetitive, and deeply unpleasant. The smell alone settles thickly into clothing and hair. Oddly enough, some buffalo camps become known for surprisingly good cooking, despite the harsh conditions. Hunters grow tired of eating buffalo meat constantly and trade eagerly for coffee beans, flour, or canned fruit whenever supply wagons arrive. You sit beside the campfire later, while smoke drifts into the cold afternoon air. Nearby, stacks of hides wait for transport eastward by rail. The prairie beyond them feels emptier already. Records confirm that buffalo populations decline catastrophically within only a few decades. What once seems endless begins vanishing almost unbelievably fast. No agreement has been reached on whether people living through the period fully understand the long-term consequences at the time. Some certainly warn about overhunting. Others believe the herds are too massive to disappear entirely. The frontier often creates dangerous illusions of endless abundance. Toward evening, you travel farther west and encounter a small native encampment near a river valley. Smoke rises peacefully from lodges while children play beside grazing horses. An older man studies the distant plains silently. The atmosphere feels heavier here. For many native nations, the destruction of buffalo threatens far more than food supplies. It disrupts trade networks, cultural traditions, seasonal migrations, spiritual practices, and survival itself. Records confirm that some communities face devastating starvation as herds collapsed during the later 19th century. A curious footnote from Plains Oral Histories describes elders recalling the old buffalo days with almost dreamlike disbelief later in life, as though remembering another world entirely. You sit quietly near the river, while evening light turns the prairie gold. Wind moves gently through the grass. Somewhere far away, more rifle shots echo faintly across the plains. The sound feels lonely now. Children in the encampment chase each other between horses, while women prepare food beside small cooking fires. An older storyteller speaks softly near the edge of camp as younger listeners gather around him beneath cooling skies. Human communities continue adapting because they must. Still, grief settles invisibly across landscapes, too. As darkness approaches, coyotes begin calling from distant hills. The buffalo hunters prepare wagons for another day of killing tomorrow. Railroad trains continue carrying hides eastward. Settlers continue arriving westward. And across the enormous plains, the great herds continue shrinking, slowly at first. Then all at once, above the prairie, the stars emerge quietly, one by one, while cold wind sweeps across grasslands that only a few years earlier seem impossibly alive with moving buffalo beyond counting. Now the silence between those movements grows wider every season. The camp rests beside a slow, winding river where cottonwood trees whisper softly in the evening wind. Smoke rises from cooking fires into fading orange light, while horses graze nearby with lowered heads. Children run laughing between lodges, their voices carrying gently across the water. For a moment, the scene feels peaceful enough to exist outside history entirely. Yet the 1870s bring immense pressure upon native nations across the American West. Records confirm that expansion by railroad settlers, mining operations, and military forts steadily transforms territories that native communities have inhabited for generations. And everyone understands more change is still coming. You walk quietly through the encampment, while the smell of roasting meat, sage smoke, river mud, and horse leather drifts through the cooling air. Women scrape hides beside drying racks. Older men repair tack and tools beneath the trees. A young boy practices riding bareback with determined concentration, while several elders pretend not to notice his obvious showing off. One curious footnote from frontier observers mentions Plains children learning horseback skills so early that some Eastern travelers become convinced they are born riding, which is biologically ambitious but emotionally understandable. The people here belong to a world far older than the frontier towns spreading westward around them. Long before railroads or cattle drives cross the plains, native trade networks already connect enormous distances throughout North America. Records confirm that many nations maintain sophisticated political alliances, economies, and cultural traditions adapted carefully to regional environments. Yet popular Eastern newspapers often describe native communities as obstacles rather than societies. Historians still argue over how deeply ordinary settlers understand the consequences of Western expansion for native peoples. Some settlers sympathize openly. Others view expansion as inevitable destiny. Government officials themselves frequently contradict one another through broken treaties and shifting policies. The uncertainty becomes exhausting. As twilight deepens, you sit beside the fire, while an elder speaks quietly through an interpreter about changing buffalo migrations and growing military patrols near the territory. His voice remains calm, though sadness settles beneath many of the words. Records confirm that treaty agreements between native nations and the United States government are repeatedly altered or violated during the 19th century, especially after gold discoveries or railroad expansion increase pressure for land access. One scandalous, aside from congressional investigations, later reveals government agents occasionally stealing food and supplies intended for reservation communities. Corruption travels west with remarkable efficiency. The fire crackles softly while sparks drift upward into darkening sky. Nearby, women prepare soup in sheet iron kettles traded through frontier markets. A baby cries briefly before settling again beneath warm blankets. Life continues even during uncertainty. You notice how quickly the camp can transform from peaceful to alert. Riders arriving from distant territory immediately draw attention. Conversations pause. Several men stand quietly watching the newcomers approach through the dusk. Out here, information matters almost as much as food. One rider reports soldiers moving farther north near traditional hunting grounds. Another describes settlers building fences close to river crossings used for generations. No panic spreads through the camp, but tension settles invisibly across every conversation afterward. No agreement has been reached on whether conflict between native nations and frontier settlers could ever realistically have been avoided once large-scale expansion begins. Scholars bicker fiercely over government decisions, military campaigns, treaty negotiations, and economic pressures shaping the period. What remains undeniable is the human cost. Later that night, drums echo softly through the darkness, while stars spread across the enormous plains overhead. Children drift toward sleep beside the fires. Horses stamp gently near the edge of camp. The rhythm of the drums feels ancient against the prairie silence. Records confirm that many native communities continue preserving traditions, ceremonies, and languages despite enormous pressure to abandon them. Cultural survival becomes its own form of resistance across the Western territories. Your mind drifts toward the strange contrast defining the frontier. Railroad whistles now echo across lands where buffalo hunts once dominate seasonal life. Telegraph wires cut through migration routes older than written American history. Frontier towns celebrate progress, while entire ways of living are pushed toward collapse. And often both realities exist only miles apart. The next morning arrives cold and gray beneath low clouds. You travel with several riders across open grasslands where buffalo once moved in endless numbers. Now the prairie feels emptier. One young rider points toward distant telegraph poles stretching across the horizon, thin black lines against pale sky. He says nothing. He does not need to. A curious footnote from military reports mentions some Plains warriors cutting telegraph wires simply because the strange humming poles symbolize invasion itself. Imagine watching unfamiliar technology appear across ancestral land almost overnight, carrying messages between distant cities that barely acknowledge your existence. By midday, rain sweeps across the plains in silver curtains. The riders pull blankets tighter while horses lower their heads against the wind. Somewhere far away, thunder mutters beyond the hills. You stop near an abandoned buffalo hunting camp scattered with broken crates and old hide scraps half buried in mud. The remains feel recent and ghostly at the same time. Records confirm that many native communities adapt strategically during this period by trading, negotiating, relocating temporarily, or learning new economic systems when necessary. Survival often requires flexibility rather than simple resistance. Still, adaptation comes with grief, too. As evening settles once more across the river valley, smoke rises quietly from cooking fires while coyotes call in the distance. The camp glows warmly beneath the darkening sky. And around those fires, families continue telling stories older than the frontier itself, holding tightly to memory, while the world beyond the river changes faster every season. The fort appears slowly through blowing dust, like something assembled from exhaustion and stubbornness rather than proper architecture. Wooden walls rise above the plains beside rows of low barracks, horse corrals, supply sheds, and a flag snapping sharply in the wind. Beyond it stretches open country in every direction, mile after mile of grassland fading into distant hills beneath a washed pale sky. This is the edge of military America in the 1870s, and it feels remarkably isolated. You ride toward the gate while cavalry horses whinny from nearby stables. The air smells of hay, leather, wood smoke, manure, and coffee boiling somewhere inside the compound. A bugle call drifts faintly through the morning air, thin and lonely against the vast prairie silence. Records confirm that Army forts spread across the American West after the Civil War to protect railroads, settlers' stage routes, and expanding frontier communities. Soldiers stationed at these forts often live far from major cities for months or years at a time. Oddly enough, much of frontier military life involves boredom rather than battle. You enter through the gate beside supply wagons, creaking beneath crates of ammunition, flour, and medical goods. Soldiers in faded blue uniforms move between buildings, carrying water buckets, saddles, tools, and endless paperwork. One man sweeps dust from the parade ground, despite the obvious conspiracy between prairie wind and additional dust. The wind appears to be winning comfortably. Inside the barracks, the smell of damp wool, blankets, boot leather, pipe smoke, and unwashed socks settles heavily in the warm air. Rows of narrow bunks line the walls beneath hanging rifles and cavalry gear. Several soldiers write letters home, while another repairs torn trousers beside a window. One curious footnote from Army records reveals that frontier soldiers frequently complain about terrible food, harsh weather, and overwhelming monotony. Beans appear here constantly, too. Apparently, the entire American West is held together by beans and disappointment. You sit beside a cavalryman cleaning mud from his saddle after a long patrol. His face looks older than his actual years. Many Western soldiers are immigrants, Civil War veterans, or young recruits escaping poverty back east. Army pay remains low, conditions difficult, and desertion surprisingly common. Records confirm that some frontier forts lose significant numbers of soldiers simply because men become tired of isolation and walk away into the wilderness. Historians still argue whether frontier forts primarily function as defensive outposts or tools for enforcing federal control across Western territories. The answer shifts depending on location and perspective. For settlers near dangerous trails, forts may represent safety. For many native communities, they symbolize occupation and expanding pressure. The soldiers themselves often seem caught somewhere in the middle. Outside the parade ground bakes beneath afternoon sunlight, while cavalry drills begin near the edge of the compound. Horses thunder across the dirt in practiced formations, while officers shout commands through clouds of dust. The spectacle looks impressive from a distance. Up close, it involves considerable sweating and confusion. One scandalous, aside from frontier military diaries, describes recruits accidentally firing weapons during drills, often enough that officers develop permanent expressions of exhausted suspicion. The Old West contains many firearms. This does not automatically improve competence. You wander toward the Fort Hospital where the atmosphere changes immediately. The building smells sharply of alcohol soap, medicinal herbs, and sickness. A surgeon with rolled sleeves organizes crude instruments beside narrow beds occupied by soldiers recovering from fever accidents or infected wounds. Records confirm that disease kills far more frontier soldiers than combat during many Western campaigns. Cholera, dysentery, pneumonia, and malaria spread rapidly through isolated posts where sanitation remains difficult. Outside again, you follow the sound of hammering toward the blacksmith shop. Sparks burst into the dark interior while workers repair horseshoes and wagon fittings beneath intense heat. Every fort depends heavily on constant maintenance. Wheels break, saddles tear, roofs leak, horses go lame. Frontier survival becomes an endless battle against wear itself. No agreement has been reached on how soldiers stationed at Western forts truly feel about their role in frontier conflicts. Diaries and letters reveal enormous variety. Some believe deeply in expansion and military duty. Others express sympathy for native communities displaced by settlers and railroads. Human beings rarely fit neatly into simple historical categories. Toward evening, a patrol finally returns from several days riding across the plains. Their uniforms are coated with dust. Horses stumble wearily toward the stables. One exhausted rider nearly falls asleep while dismounting. The patrol reports no major trouble, mostly bad weather, difficult terrain, and broken wagon tracks stretching endlessly westward. That alone can define frontier military life for weeks. A curious footnote from Army memoirs mentions soldiers becoming emotionally attached to mail deliveries because letters from home interrupt the crushing sameness of isolated fort life. Some men reportedly reread old letters so often they nearly memorize them entirely. As darkness settles across the plains, lanterns begin glowing softly into the fort buildings. The bugle sounds again through cooling air, while soldiers gather for supper beneath deepening blue skies. Beans once more. Naturally, you sit near the outer wall watching stars emerge slowly above the prairie. Beyond the fort lies enormous darkness stretching across rivers, mountains, grasslands, and territories still only loosely connected to the growing United States. Coyotes howl faintly somewhere beyond the perimeter, and inside this lonely wooden outpost, weary soldiers continue guarding trails, escorting wagons, delivering mail, and waiting endlessly beneath western skies that seem almost too large for human certainty. The telegraph office hums softly like an insect trapped inside the walls. You hear it the moment you step through the doorway, a faint metallic buzzing beneath the clatter of keys and the murmur of waiting customers. Outside, the frontier town moves through another dusty afternoon, beneath bright western sunlight. Wagons creak past muddy intersections. Horses stamp beside hitching rails. Somewhere down the street, a blacksmith continues his lifelong war against silence. Inside here, however, the world suddenly feels smaller. The room smells of ink, paper, tobacco smoke, lamp oil, and damp wool coats drying near the stove. Telegraph wires stretch overhead beyond the windows, thin black lines vanishing toward distant cities hundreds of miles away. Records confirm that telegraph systems expand rapidly across the American West after the Civil War, connecting frontier settlements with astonishing speed. Messages that once require weeks by horseback can now arrive within hours. To people living through the 1870s, this feels nearly magical. You stand beside the counter while the operator taps carefully at the machine with practiced concentration. Sharp clicking sounds fill the office in quick rhythmic bursts. Most customers do not understand the code itself. They simply watch the operator's face for clues about whether news arriving through the wires is good or bad. One curious footnote from frontier newspapers mentions isolated settlers gathering outside telegraph offices during major national events simply to wait for updates read aloud publicly. Entire towns sometimes hold their breath together beside these little buildings. Your fingers brush the smooth wooden counter worn shiny from years of anxious hands. Nearby, a rancher dictates a message requesting cattle prices from Kansas City. A woman in traveling clothes waits nervously for word about a sick relative back east. Two miners argue quietly over silver shipments delayed by snow in the mountains. Every message feels urgent. Historians still argue whether the telegraph changes frontier psychology as much as frontier economics. For the first time, Western communities are no longer entirely separated from Eastern events by vast distance and time. News travels faster than weather now, and sometimes faster than wisdom. One scandalous aside from telegraph history reveals operators occasionally reading private messages out loud for entertainment or gossip. Human respect for confidentiality apparently develops very slowly. Outside the office, your mind drifts toward the physical reality of frontier communication before telegraphs arrive. Letters carried by stagecoach, riders crossing dangerous territory, months without hearing from family members, entire lives unfolding in miles between distant places. Records confirm that mail delivery becomes emotionally vital across the frontier. Settlers often wait desperately for letters from relatives back east. Soldiers at isolated forts reread old correspondence until the paper nearly falls apart. You leave the telegraph office and follow the dusty street toward the stage station where mail coaches arrive beneath clouds of prairie dust. The station smells of leather harnesses, horse sweat coffee, and damp canvas mail sacks stacked near the entrance. A coach finally rattles into town late in the afternoon, wheels splashing through muddy ruts left by yesterday's rain. Passengers climb down stiffly while workers unload bundles of newspapers, letters, catalogs, and parcels. The atmosphere changes immediately. People gather quickly around the station hoping for news. Names are shouted, letters exchanged. Expressions shift from excitement to disappointment and back again within seconds. One curious footnote from frontier memoirs mentions some settlers pretending not to care about mail deliveries until their names are not called, at which point they become visibly crushed. Human emotional strategy has never been especially subtle. You watch an older woman open a letter carefully beside the station porch. Her face softens with relief while reading. Nearby, a ranch hand curses quietly after learning a shipment of supplies remains delayed farther east. The frontier constantly reminds people how fragile connections can be. Records confirm that newspapers spread rapidly through western towns despite transportation difficulties. Even isolated communities often receive papers filled with national politics, railroad advertisements, crime stories, and exaggerated frontier adventures. Many residents read every available page repeatedly because printed information remains precious. No agreement has been reached on how much frontier newspapers shape public understanding of the West versus simply reflecting popular myths already forming. Editors eagerly publish dramatic tales about gunfighters, gold strikes, and Indian wars because sensational stories sell well across eastern cities. Reality usually arrives dustier and more complicated. Toward evening, you ride alongside a mail carrier traveling between settlements across open prairie country. The trail stretches endlessly beneath orange sunset light, while telegraph poles march beside the road toward the horizon. The rider checks the sky constantly for weather signs. Carrying mail across frontier territory remains dangerous work. Flooded rivers, blizzards, bandits, and exhaustion threaten travelers regularly. Records confirm that some mail routes continue operating through astonishingly harsh conditions simply because isolated communities depend so heavily upon them. The rider eventually stops near a lonely farmhouse where lantern light glows softly through the windows. A child runs excitedly toward the gate after spotting the mailbag. That small moment feels important somehow. A letter from far away can transform an entire evening on the frontier. News of births, deaths, weddings, money, opportunity, disaster, love. Everything arrives folded inside paper, carried across enormous distances. Night settles gradually over the plains, while coyotes begin calling beyond the telegraph line. The rider continues onward, beneath emerging stars, disappearing slowly into darkness, beside the endless wires, humming faintly overhead. Thin strands of metal stretching across wilderness, binding scattered frontier lives together, one message at a time. The church bell sounds strangely delicate against the enormous western sky. Its soft ringing drifts across the frontier town early on Sunday morning, while sunlight spills over muddy streets still quiet from the previous night's gambling and whiskey. A few horses stand tied beside hitching rails. Smoke rises lazily from chimneys. Somewhere far away, a train whistle echoes through the cool air like a lonely animal calling across the plains. You follow the bell toward a small wooden church standing near the edge of town. The building is simple, white paint already peeling from wind and weather, narrow windows glowing softly in the morning light. A crooked sign near the entrance announces services in careful hand-painted letters. Records confirm that churches spread rapidly throughout frontier communities during the 19th century. Settlers often built schools and churches soon after establishing permanent towns, seeing both as symbols of stability in uncertain landscapes. Inside the church, the air smells of pine wood, candle wax, damp coats, and dust warmed by sunlight. Families settle quietly into rough benches while boots scrape against the floorboards. A baby fusses briefly near the back row before falling asleep against a mother's shoulder. Oddly enough, frontier churches frequently serve many purposes beyond religion. Depending on the town, they may also function as schools, meeting halls, concert spaces, political gathering sites, and emergency shelters during storms. When buildings are scarce, practicality becomes holy surprisingly quickly. The preacher steps forward, carrying a worn Bible with pages softened by years of handling. His voice fills the little church warmly, while wind rattles faintly outside against the walls. You notice how varied the congregation looks. Cowboys still dusty from trail work, shopkeepers in stiff collars, farmers with rough weathered hands, railroad laborers, children whispering beneath quilts wrapped against the morning cold, a widow sitting quietly alone near the window. The frontier pulls together people who might never meet elsewhere. Historians still argue whether religion becomes stronger or weaker on the frontier compared to eastern cities. Some settlers drift away from organized faith during difficult years. Others cling to it more tightly because Western life feels so uncertain and dangerous. For many families, church offers structure against chaos. One curious footnote from traveling ministers mentions preachers occasionally competing directly with saloons for attendance on Saturday nights. The saloons usually possess stronger music and considerably better whiskey, which presents obvious challenges for spiritual recruitment. After the service, people linger outside beneath bright prairie sunlight, exchanging gossip recipes, weather predictions, and news from neighboring settlements. Children chase each other through the grass, while older men discuss cattle prices beside wagons. Community matters deeply here. Records confirm that frontier isolation often pushes neighbors toward cooperation, even when personalities clash badly. Barn raisings, funerals, weddings, harvests, and medical emergencies require collective effort simply because survival alone proves nearly impossible. You travel farther west later that afternoon toward a revival gathering held beneath enormous canvas tents outside another frontier settlement. The atmosphere feels entirely different from the quiet church earlier. Voices rise passionately through the warm evening air. Lanterns glow beneath flapping canvas walls, while hundreds of people crowd together on wooden benches or blankets spread across the ground. The smell of dust, sweat, perfume, horses, and kerosene hangs heavily beneath the tents. Frontier revival meetings become hugely popular during the 19th century. Traveling preachers move between settlements, offering emotional sermons, music, baptisms, and social gatherings in regions where permanent churches remain scarce. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers describes revival meetings occasionally becoming so emotionally intense that critics accuse participants of fainting theatrically for attention. Human spiritual experiences have always inspired both devotion and skepticism simultaneously. A woman near the front begins singing softly. Others join. Soon the entire tent fills with voices rising together beneath the prairie night. You feel the strange power of collective hope in places like this. Frontier life is exhausting. Crops fail. Children die from illness. Winters isolate families for months. Men vanish into mines or cattle trails, and sometimes never return. Faith offers reassurance that suffering may still carry meaning. No agreement has been reached on how sincere every frontier preacher truly is. Scholars bicker over whether some traveling evangelists exploit isolated communities for money or attention. Certainly a few appear more skilled at collecting donations than inspiring souls. Yet many ministers endure the same harsh conditions as everyone else. Records confirm that circuit preachers often travel enormous distances through difficult weather to reach scattered settlements. Some hold services in barn saloons, private homes, or open fields, depending on local circumstances. As darkness deepens, stars spread across the sky beyond the glowing tent canvas. Somewhere outside, coyotes howl faintly from the hills, while horses stamp near wagon lines. The preacher's voice softens now. People bow heads quietly. A child yawns. Wind moves gently through the prairie grass. Your mind drifts toward the deeper role faith plays across the frontier. Not merely religion itself, but the human need for ritual and belonging in lonely places. Songs shared beside campfires, weddings held in unfinished towns, funerals beside windswept graves. Ceremony creates emotional shelter where physical shelter often remains fragile. Later that night, you pass a tiny homestead church, glowing faintly beneath the stars. Through the windows, only a handful of voices continue singing softly inside. The sound drifts out across the empty prairie, small, warm, stubborn against the enormous darkness surrounding it. And for a little while, the frontier feels less lonely because of it. The dentist's office announces itself mainly through screams. Not constant screams, thankfully, just the occasional sharp burst drifting through the open window above the muddy street, while passing horses pretend not to notice. Frontier towns in the 1870s rarely invest heavily in subtle advertising. You climb the wooden stairs carefully, while the building creaks beneath your boots. Outside, warm afternoon sunlight settles across the town. Inside, the air smells sharply of alcohol, clove oil, tobacco, smoke, soap, and something metallic lingering beneath it all. Medicine on the frontier exists somewhere between science, improvisation, and prayer. Records confirm that Western communities often struggle to attract trained doctors because isolated settlements are difficult, dangerous, and financially uncertain. Many frontier physicians travel enormous distances on horseback through storms, blizzards, and rough terrain to reach patients. And sometimes the patients still insist they know better. The dentist himself looks tired enough to remove teeth from pure irritation. His office contains a narrow chair, several frightening metal instruments, bottles of medicine lining rough shelves, and a window overlooking the street below, where ordinary people continue enjoying their afternoon completely unaware of the emotional warfare happening upstairs. One curious footnote from frontier memoirs mentions patients occasionally requesting whiskey before dental procedures. Honestly, this may be the most reasonable medical decision of the 19th century. You leave the office quickly before anyone offers demonstrations. Farther down the street stands the town doctor's clinic beside a general store and barber shop. Frontier medicine overlaps heavily with every other profession. Barbers pull teeth. Pharmacists diagnose illnesses. Midwives deliver babies. Traveling salesmen offer miracle cures from wagons painted with alarming confidence. Inside the clinic, the smell changes immediately. Herbs drying from ceiling beams, carbolic acid, sweat, wood smoke drifting through cracked windows. A cast-iron stove warms the waiting room, while several patients sit quietly, clutching hats or handkerchiefs. Records confirm that disease threatens frontier communities constantly. Cholera, typhoid influenza, tuberculosis, pneumonia, and smallpox spread rapidly through isolated settlements lacking proper sanitation or clean water systems. And medical knowledge itself is still evolving. Historians still argue over how much frontier doctors actually improve survival rates compared to home remedies in certain situations. Some physicians are highly skilled by 19th century standards. Others possess dangerously limited training. One scandalous aside from Western newspapers describes a frontier doctor attempting surgery after reading about the procedure only once in a medical journal. Confidence has always exceeded competence in some corners of history. You sit quietly while the physician treats a ranch hand whose arm was kicked by a horse earlier that morning. The doctor works carefully beneath lamplight, wrapping bruised flesh with practiced movements, while the patient pretends tremendous bravery and quietly turns pale. Outside, wagon wheels grind through the mud again. Somewhere nearby, A saloon piano begins another cheerful tune entirely inappropriate for injured people. The doctor wipes his hands and pours coffee from a blackened pot beside the stove. Frontier physicians often serve enormous territories riding for hours between isolated farms and ranches. Records confirm that some doctors spend more time traveling than sleeping. Oddly enough, frontier communities frequently pay medical bills with livestock crops or labor instead of cash. A successful surgery might earn chickens firewood or repaired fences, depending on the local economy and the patient's surviving enthusiasm. Later that evening, you accompany the doctor on a house call beyond town limits. The prairie stretches wide beneath cooling sunset light, while insects hum through tall grass beside the wagon trail. The patient is a young woman suffering from fever inside a remote homestead. The little sod house smells of damp earth, boiling water, medicinal herbs, and quiet fear. Family members speak softly while the doctor examines the patient beside flickering lamplight. Moments like this reveal the true emotional weight of frontier medicine. There are no nearby hospitals, no antibiotics, no emergency telephones, just distance, uncertainty, and human determination pushing back against illness as best it can. Records confirm that childbirth alone remains one of the most dangerous experiences for frontier women during the 19th century. Midwives and doctors perform difficult work under extremely limited conditions. No agreement has been reached on how many Western settlers rely more heavily on folk remedies than professional medicine. Scholars bicker over regional traditions and cultural influences brought westward by immigrants from Europe, Mexico, China, and native communities. The result is a strange mixture of treatments. A curious footnote from frontier recipe books reveals remedies involving onion syrup, mustard, plasters, bear grease, vinegar, steam, and enough whiskey to medically inconvenience an ox. Surprisingly, a few actually help. As darkness settles outside the homestead, the fever finally begins easing slightly. Relief spreads quietly across the room. Someone places fresh coffee near the exhausted doctor while rain taps softly against the sod roof overhead. You notice how fragile survival still feels here. A simple infection, a harsh winter, a difficult childbirth. Any one of them can reshape entire families overnight. Yet people continue caring for one another anyway. The doctor eventually steps outside into cool prairie darkness while stars emerge overhead beyond drifting storm clouds. His horse waits patiently near the fence line, already prepared for the next emergency somewhere farther across the plains. Inside the house, the patient sleeps more peacefully now. And out here in the vast, uncertain spaces of the Wild West, weary doctors, midwives, healers, and families continue fighting illness with whatever tools, knowledge, and hope they can gather beneath the endless western sky. The chuck wagon smells wonderful from at least 50 feet away. After days of dust saddle leather and cold prairie wind, the scent drifting across the cattle camp feels almost magical. Coffee bubbles inside blackened pots. Bacon crackles over open flames. Fresh biscuits bake beneath iron lids covered in glowing coals, while hungry cowboys circle nearby with the intense concentration of wolves approaching a wounded elk. Food on the frontier may not always be elegant, but after hard labor, it becomes deeply emotional. The sun rises slowly over the plains, painting the grasslands gold, while horses snort clouds of steam into the cold morning air. Somewhere beyond the camp, cattle shift restlessly in great dark waves beneath the dawn. Records confirm that meals in the American West during the 1870s depend heavily on geography, wealth, occupation, and season. Cowboys, miners, settlers, railroad workers, native communities, soldiers, and town merchants all eat differently, though nearly everyone complains about beans eventually. The frontier appears permanently committed to beans. You sit beside the fire while the camp cook, universally known simply as Cookie, moves around the chuck wagon with the authority of a battlefield commander. His apron carries stains from 1,000 previous meals. His face looks permanently annoyed by human incompetence. Oddly enough, cooks on cattle drives often hold more practical power than trail bosses. Hungry cowboys become emotionally unstable very quickly. One curious footnote from trail journals mentions cowboys threatening mutiny after several consecutive days of terrible biscuits. Frontier civilization rests upon surprisingly fragile culinary foundations. The chuck wagon itself serves as kitchen pantry, tool chest, medicine cabinet, and gathering place during long drives. Invented in Texas after the Civil War, these wagons carry flour beans, coffee salt pork, dried fruit, sourdough starter, and enough cooking equipment to feed entire crews far from towns. Records confirm that coffee becomes almost sacred on the frontier. Strong coffee before dawn, coffee after supper, coffee during storms, coffee after stampedes. Some trail hands reportedly drink it hot enough to remove skin from internal organs. You accept a tin cup carefully anyway. The first sip tastes smoky bitter and glorious against the cold prairie air. Nearby cowboys tear biscuits apart with rough fingers while grease drips onto dusty boots. Someone fries leftover beef in a cast-iron pan beside onions sizzling loudly over the fire. Breakfast conversation remains minimal, mostly chewing and exhausted staring. Frontier labor burns enormous energy. Cowboys ride for hours. Farmers chop wood and haul water constantly. Miners swing picks underground all day. Railroad workers lift steel rails beneath brutal heat. People eat heavily because survival requires it. As the morning brightens, you travel toward a frontier homestead where a woman prepares dinner inside a sod house warm with stove heat and baking bread. The kitchen smells of yeast, dried herbs, smoke and stew simmering slowly inside a heavy iron pot. Children shell peas beside the table, while a cat sleeps near the stove with complete confidence in its domestic authority. One scandalous aside from pioneer diaries reveals settlers occasionally becoming so desperate for variety that they celebrate wildly over simple luxuries like fresh apples or real butter. After months of salted meat and preserved food, a peach can apparently inspire near religious gratitude. Records confirm that frontier families preserve food constantly for winter survival. Vegetables are pickled, fruits dried, meat salted or smoked. Nothing useful is wasted. You notice shelves lined carefully with glass jars glowing amber and red in the afternoon sunlight. Peaches, beans, cherries, pickles, human beings storing summer against the coming cold. Historians still argue whether frontier diets are healthier or more dangerous than industrial city diets back east during the same era. Western settlers often eat fresher meat and fewer factory foods. Yet isolation and crop failure can also lead to severe shortages or malnutrition. No agreement has been reached because frontier life itself varies enormously. Farther west, in a mining town high in the mountains, supper feels entirely different again. The boarding house dining room buzzes with tired voices, while snow falls softly outside the windows. Men crowd around long tables, devouring stew-bread potatoes and pie with astonishing speed. The smell of wet wool coats, tobacco smoke, beef broth, and fresh coffee fills the room. A curious footnote from Colorado mining camps mentions cooks becoming local celebrities if they can reliably produce decent pies at high altitude. Apparently, frontier morale improves dramatically when crust behaves properly. You pass through Chinese railroad camps later that evening, where workers prepare rice vegetables, tea, and dried seafood shipped from distant communities. Their meals differ noticeably from the heavy pork and beans favored by many American laborers. Records confirm that Chinese workers often maintain more varied diets than other railroad crews, partly because contractors import familiar ingredients through organized supply systems. Some observers even note lower illness rates among workers eating these diets. Food carries memory across enormous distances. Back on the plains, darkness settles around another cattle camp beneath brilliant western stars. Coyotes howl beyond the herd, while the fire crackles warmly beside bedrolls spread across the grass. Cookie prepares one final pot of coffee before sleep. Cowboys sit quietly now, boots stretched toward the flames, faces glowing orange in the firelight. Someone strums a tired guitar softly. Another man stares upward at the stars without speaking. The day's labor is finally over, and for all the hardship of frontier life, these little meals shared beside lanterns, campfires, kitchen tables, and boarding-house stoves become moments where exhaustion briefly softens into comfort. Warm bread, strong coffee, voices drifting quietly through the dark. Simple things holding the Wild West together, one supper at a time. The wind begins before dawn. You hear it first as a low moaning sound sliding across the prairie grass beyond the homestead. Soft at first, then steadily stronger against the walls of the sod house. By sunrise, snow lashes sideways across the plains so thickly that fences vanish into white haze only yards from the door. Winter on the frontier does not arrive politely. It attacks. The little house trembles beneath each gust, while ice gathers around the window corners in delicate frozen patterns. Inside, the air smells of wood smoke, damp wool blankets, coffee, and melting snow dripping from boots near the stove. Records confirm that prairie winters during the 1870s can become brutally dangerous, especially across Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, and the Dakota Territories. Blizzards arrive with little warning. Temperatures plunge suddenly. Travelers lose direction in storms so dense they cannot see their own horses, and the prairie offers very few places to hide. You sit beside the stove while the family moves carefully through practiced routines. Extra firewood is stacked near the wall. Water buckets are filled before the well freezes harder. Blankets are layered across door cracks to keep out the icy drafts sneaking through every weakness in the house. One curious footnote from settler diaries mentions families hanging quilts across interior walls during severe storms simply to trap more warmth inside tiny living spaces. Frontier engineering occasionally resembles desperate optimism stitched together with fabric. Outside, the storm grows fiercer. Snow swirls endlessly past the windows, while cattle huddle against the wind near the barn. Chickens vanish completely into their coop with understandable emotional priorities. The father eventually pulls on heavy gloves and steps into the blizzard, carrying a lantern barely visible through the white chaos. Animals still need feeding no matter the weather. Frontier survival does not pause for comfort. Historians still argue whether the Great Plains are more psychologically difficult during summer isolation or winter confinement. Endless summer heat drains the body. Endless winter storms trap families indoors for days, while loneliness settles heavily across the landscape. Perhaps the prairie simply tests people differently each season. Inside the sod house, children grow restless as the storm continues hour after hour. One little boy presses his face against the frosted window, searching for movement outside. Another pokes the stove repeatedly, despite clear warnings from every adult in the room. Human curiosity survives remarkably well, even in blizzards. Records confirm that severe winters destroy countless frontier dreams. Crops fail beneath early freezes. Livestock die in snowdrifts. Entire wagon trains become stranded far from settlements. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers describes desperate settlers burning furniture for heat after running out of firewood during prolonged storms. The prairie has very little sympathy for poor planning. By afternoon, the blizzard finally begins weakening. The wind settles gradually into softer gusts, while pale gray daylight filters weakly through thinning clouds. You step outside carefully into a transformed world. Snow stretches across the plains in every direction, smooth and endless, beneath the cold sky. Fence posts rise like dark islands from the drifts. Your breath freezes instantly in the air, and the silence feels enormous. Winter changes sound itself on the frontier. Wagon wheels disappear beneath snow. Birdsong vanishes. Even distant cattle seem muted beneath the frozen landscape. Records confirm that some settlers become deeply unsettled by prairie silence during winter months. Without trees, mountains, or cities to interrupt the horizon, storms and empty space can feel almost overwhelming psychologically. You walk toward the barn, where frost coats every surface in glittering white crystals. Horses exhale clouds of steam into the bitter air, while snow crunches sharply beneath your boots. Oddly enough, frontier winters also create moments of strange beauty. Moonlight shining across untouched snowfields, ice forming delicate patterns along riverbanks, the warm glow of lanterns inside isolated homes surrounded by darkness and cold. Human beings notice comfort more intensely when nature becomes hostile. Farther north, you later join a group of cowboys driving cattle through dangerous winter conditions across open range. Their faces are wrapped in scarves against freezing wind, while snow gathers thickly on hats and coats. The herd moves slowly through knee-deep drifts. Records confirm that catastrophic winters sometimes devastate Western cattle industries. Thousands of animals freeze or starve during especially severe seasons, bankrupting ranchers across entire regions. One curious footnote from ranch journals mentions cowboys occasionally sleeping beside cattle during storms, simply to prevent the herd from panicking and stampeding blindly into snow-covered ravines. The work is exhausting beyond description. Night arrives early beneath heavy clouds, while the cowboys finally establish camp beside a frozen creek lined with bare cottonwood trees. The fire struggles against the wind, sputtering sparks into the dark. Coffee boils again. Always coffee. No agreement has been reached on whether frontier settlers romanticize the harshness of Western weather later in life or simply survive it through stubborn memory. Diaries describe both misery and awe with equal honesty. Perhaps enduring great storms changes how people understand themselves. As darkness deepens across the plains, the wind rises once more, sweeping snow across the frozen grasslands beneath hidden stars. Inside, scattered homesteads, army forts, cattle camps, and little frontier towns. Families gather closer to stoves and lanterns while winter presses heavily against their walls. And out there, beyond the warm circles of firelight, the Wild West remains cold, vast, and beautifully indifferent beneath the storm-filled sky. The railroad camp stretches across the foothills like a temporary village made from canvas, smoke, and determination. Tents flap sharply in the morning wind, while iron hammers ring against steel farther down the tracks. The air smells of coal smoke, damp earth, pine wood, sweat, and boiling rice drifting from cook fires between the tents. Men are already working before sunrise. Records confirm that thousands of Chinese laborers helped build Western railroads during the 19th century, especially across dangerous mountain regions where blasting tunnels and laying track become brutally difficult. Many workers arrive after leaving villages in southern China, devastated by poverty, famine, or political unrest. And when they reach America, the frontier greets them with both opportunity and hostility at once. You walk slowly through the camp while workers prepare for another exhausting day. Some tie cloth around hats against dust and sun. Others sharpen tools beside supply wagons stacked with rails, spikes, rope, and blasting powder. Their movements feel practiced now. One curious footnote from railroad reports mentions Chinese crews becoming so efficient at laying track that rival companies sometimes study their methods with open amazement. Speed matters enormously when railroads race toward profits and excentrona. A foreman shouts instructions near the tracks while teams begin hauling iron rails into position. The work is dangerous immediately. Men swing heavy hammers in careful rhythm while others guide rails across uneven ground. Sparks jump from metal beneath bright morning light. Records confirm that railroad labor ranks among the hardest frontier jobs of the 1870s. Workers face explosions, avalanches, rock slides, heat stroke, freezing weather, and constant risk of injury. Mountain blasting especially kills many laborers. Yet construction continues relentlessly westward. You notice differences between this camp and many others across the frontier. Chinese cooks prepare meals with rice, vegetables, tea-dried fish, and preserved foods shipped through organized supply networks. Laundry hangs neatly beside tents. Small altars and paper decorations appear inside some sleeping quarters. People carry pieces of home across oceans whenever they can. Historians still argue over exactly how railroad companies view Chinese laborers during this period. Employers often praise their discipline and endurance while simultaneously paying lower wages and encouraging segregation from white workers. Prejudice follows opportunity closely through the American West. One scandalous, aside from frontier newspapers, reveals politicians openly blaming Chinese immigrants for economic problems, even while businesses profit heavily from their labor. Human hypocrisy travels remarkably fast by railroad. By midday, the mountain heat grows fierce, despite lingering snow higher along the ridges. You follow a blasting crew climbing narrow paths above the tracks, carrying dynamite and drilling tools. The cliffs drop steeply into river valleys far below. Every step feels dangerous. Workers hammer iron drills into solid rock, while another man turns the tool carefully between strikes. The sound echoes sharply across the mountainside. Dust coats faces and clothing. Sweat darkens shirts beneath suspenders, and heavy boots. Records confirm that Chinese railroad workers often handle some of the most hazardous blasting assignments during Western expansion. Explosions must carve tunnels and pathways directly through mountains that seem almost impossible to cross. One curious footnote from Sierra Nevada construction accounts describes workers suspended in baskets over cliffs while placing explosives into drilled rock faces. Imagine dangling above empty space with dynamite in your lap while snow falls around you. Frontier employment standards remain astonishingly flexible. Later that afternoon, you ride into a nearby railroad town where attitudes toward Chinese immigrants grow noticeably colder. Signs outside certain businesses openly refuse service. Groups of drunken laborers mutter insults near saloons. No agreement has been reached on whether anti-Chinese prejudice in the West grows primarily from economic fear, racial hostility, political opportunism, or simple frontier tension amplified by rapid social change. Most likely all those forces mixed together. You enter a small Chinese laundry near the edge of town, where steam fogs the windows and clean linen hangs drying overhead. The owner works quietly beside boiling water while soft conversation drifts from the back room in Cantonese. Records confirm that many Chinese immigrants establish laundries, restaurants, and small businesses after railroad work declines or becomes unstable. Laundry work in particular requires little English and relatively low startup costs, though conditions remain physically exhausting. The shop smells of soap, starch, hot fabric, and coal smoke from the stove. Outside, muddy wagons rattle past through the street while rain begins falling lightly across the town. Oddly enough, frontier residents often rely heavily on Chinese businesses, while simultaneously treating Chinese workers as outsiders. Human dependency and prejudice frequently coexist with uncomfortable ease. One scandalous aside from Western court records mentions Chinese witnesses sometimes being barred from testifying against white defendants in certain territories during earlier decades. Justice on the frontier does not always extend equally. As evening settles, lanterns glow softly across the railroad camp once more. Workers gather around fires, eating supper from bowls, while distant hammering finally fades into mountain silence. You sit beside one small fire where several laborers share tea and quiet conversation after the long day. One man unfolds a letter from home, carefully protected inside cloth wrapping. Another studies the mountains beyond camp with tired eyes. The railroad will eventually carry millions across the continent, but tonight, beneath cold western stars, it still depends upon weary men laboring far from home in dangerous country, where few will remember their names properly. And yet their work reshapes the frontier forever. The wagon train moves slowly across the plains, beneath a bright, endless sky, wheels creaking through tall grass, while children walk beside tired mules carrying water barrels and bedding. Dust drifts behind the caravan in pale clouds. Somewhere ahead, beyond the horizon, lies the possibility of land and freedom, or at least a different kind of hardship. For many freed black families after the Civil War, the American West represents both hope and uncertainty during the 1870s. Records confirm that thousands of African Americans migrate westward, seeking safety, farmland, economic opportunity, and escape from violent oppression in the South. Some people call them exodusters later on. You ride beside the wagons, while warm prairie wind carries the smell of dry earth sweat, leather harnesses, and wood smoke from cooking fires prepared during brief midday stops. The travelers look exhausted already, but determination holds the caravan together. A woman near the Ladwagon hums softly while rocking a sleepy child beneath a patched canvas cover. An older man studies a folded map repeatedly, despite clearly knowing the route only slightly better than anyone else. Frontier migration often involves equal parts courage and educated guessing. One curious footnote from Western settlement records reveals that some freed families choose Kansas, partly because stories spread through black churches describing the state almost as a promised land after the Civil War. Rumors and hope travel together remarkably well across difficult times. The prairie stretches endlessly around you, now rolling outward beneath immense blue sky. Grasshoppers leap through the weeds beside the trail. Far away, thunderheads gather slowly over distant hills. Records confirm that many formerly enslaved families face crushing obstacles even after emancipation. Sharecropping debt, racial violence, political intimidation, and economic instability push people toward dangerous Western journeys despite the risks involved. The West offers opportunity. It also offers isolation, harsh weather, and prejudice in entirely new forms. Historians still argue whether Western migration significantly improves conditions for most black settlers during this period, or simply relocates hardship geographically. Experiences vary enormously depending on location, resources, and local politics. Some communities thrive, others struggle painfully. By late afternoon, the wagon train reaches a small settlement where rough cabins and newly planted fields spread beside a muddy creek. Smoke rises from chimneys while chickens scatter through dusty yards. Children run out eagerly to greet the newcomers. The settlement smells of fresh-cut timber, damp soil, cooking beans, and horse manure warming in the sun. Simple things, honest things, signs of people trying to build permanence where little existed before. Records confirm that black frontier communities emerge across Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, and other Western territories during the late 19th century. Families establish farms, churches, schools, newspapers, and businesses despite constant challenges. One scandalous aside from frontier politics reveals certain Western towns openly advertising for black settlers when labor or population growth becomes useful only to later restrict rights once communities prosper. Frontier equality often proves frustratingly conditional. You help unload supplies beside a half-finished church building, standing near the center of the settlement. The structure smells strongly of pine boards and fresh paint. Inside, rough benches already wait beneath narrow windows, glowing orange in the evening light. Faith and community arrive quickly wherever people hope to remain. A teacher from the settlement proudly shows you a tiny schoolroom nearby where children practice reading beside a cast-iron stove. Chalk dust floats through shafts of sunlight, while hand-copied lessons cover the walls. Records confirm that education becomes deeply important in many freed communities. Schools symbolize stability, independence, and future possibility after generations denied legal access to learning. Outside again, your attention drifts toward a group of men repairing fences along the edge of newly claimed farmland. Their hands move steadily despite visible exhaustion. Farming the prairie remains difficult for everyone, regardless of background. No agreement has been reached on whether the frontier offers more racial flexibility than eastern or southern regions during the 1870s. Scholars bicker over conflicting evidence. Some western towns display unusual diversity and cooperation. Others reproduce familiar discrimination almost immediately. Human beings carry their prejudices westward, along with their wagons. As evening settles across the settlement, supper begins beneath deepening twilight. Families gather around outdoor fires and kitchen tables, while the smell of cornbread stew, coffee, and roasted vegetables drifts warmly through the cooling air. Laughter rises from one cabin where someone plays fiddle music beside the open doorway. Nearby, an older woman tells stories to children gathered around her rocking chair. Life continues building itself quietly. One curious footnote from Kansas settlements mentions newly arrived families sometimes planting flowers before finishing fences or barns. Imagine choosing beauty while survival still feels uncertain. That decision says something important about people. The stars emerge gradually overhead, while insects hum through the prairie grass beyond the settlement. Far away, coyotes begin calling across the dark plains. You sit beside the fire listening to conversation soften into sleepy murmurs. Someone speaks about future harvests. Another dreams aloud about buying more land someday. A child falls asleep against a parent's shoulder beneath the warm lantern glow. The frontier remains difficult, dangerous, often unfair. But tonight, beneath the enormous western sky, this little settlement feels filled with stubborn hope, strong enough to survive another season. And across the American West, thousands of families continue searching for places where freedom might finally feel real enough to build a home around. The Medicine Show wagon rolls into town just before sunset, rattling dramatically over muddy streets, while a brass horn blares with astonishing confidence. Children run alongside immediately. Cowboys lean out from saloon porches. Even the barber pauses mid-haircut to stare through the window with soap still dripping from a customer's face. Entertainment on the frontier arrives loudly. The wagon itself is painted bright red and gold, with elaborate promises covering every inch of wood. Miracle tonics, elixirs of vitality, cures for weak nerves, bad lungs, melancholy, and unspeakable internal distress. Frontier marketing possesses very little modesty. Records confirm that traveling entertainers become enormously popular across the American West during the 1870s. Isolated towns hunger for novelty after months of repetitive labor and dusty routine. Performers, musicians, actors, magicians, gamblers, lecturers, and medicine sellers drift constantly between settlements, offering distraction for anyone willing to pay. And people are very willing to pay. The wagon stops beside the main street, while performers leap down into the evening light with theatrical enthusiasm. A fiddler begins playing immediately. Another man juggles bottles while shouting about miraculous healing tonics capable of restoring youth, courage, digestion, and apparently personal destiny itself. One curious footnote from Western newspapers mentions medicine show salesmen occasionally using fake audience members planted in crowds to pretend sudden miraculous recoveries after drinking the products. Human beings remain wonderfully vulnerable to confidence and applause. You join the growing crowd beneath cooling orange skies, while lanterns flicker awake along the muddy street. The air smells of horse sweat, cigar smoke, popcorn, damp earth, and fried food drifting from nearby vendors. Children laugh as a performer balances atop the wagon roof, pretending to wrestle invisible mountain lions. A cowboy in the crowd mutters that he once actually wrestled a mountain lion, though nobody asks follow-up questions, because frontier storytelling tends to deteriorate rapidly under scrutiny. Records confirm that traveling theater troupes and vaudeville acts spread across railroad towns throughout the West. Some performers bring Shakespeare to mining camps. Others offer dancing girls comedy routines, trained animals, or dramatic reenactments of famous battles. Quality varies tremendously. One scandalous aside from frontier reviews describes an actor forgetting nearly every line during a Hamlet performance in Nevada and improvising large sections using mining terminology instead. The audience reportedly applauds anyway, after several drinks. You wander toward a canvas tent rising beside the medicine wagon where tonight's grand performance will unfold. Inside, rough wooden benches face a tiny stage lit by smoking lanterns. Sawdust covers the ground beneath restless boots. The show begins with music. A banjo player strums cheerful tunes while dancers spin across the stage beneath fluttering curtains. The audience claps enthusiastically. Miners stomp muddy boots in rhythm. Children stare wide-eyed from the front row. For a little while, the frontier forgets itself. Historians still argue whether traveling shows primarily exploit isolated Western communities or genuinely improve frontier life by providing culture and entertainment otherwise unavailable. Perhaps both can be true simultaneously. Human beings often pay eagerly for temporary escape. The medicine salesman eventually returns center stage, carrying bottles filled with glowing amber liquid. His voice rises dramatically through the tent, while assistants nod with suspicious enthusiasm. He claims the tonic cures headaches, exhaustion, stomach illness, nervous weakness, sadness, and perhaps disappointment in relatives. Oddly enough, frontier tonics frequently contain alcohol, opium, or cocaine, which means some customers probably do feel noticeably different afterward. Records confirm that patent medicines become hugely profitable during the 19th century because medical regulation remains weak and frontier healthcare unreliable. A convincing salesman with a shiny wagon can build an entire business from optimism and flavored whiskey. Outside the tent, later night settles fully across the town, while stars emerge overhead beyond drifting clouds. The streets glow warmly beneath lantern light now. Music spills from saloons. Laughter echoes through the darkness. You pass another traveling group setting up near the hotel. These performers belong to a small circus, carrying trained dogs, acrobats, and a weary bear who appears emotionally resigned to frontier show business. One curious footnote from Western entertainment history mentions audiences becoming deeply fascinated by anything exotic or unusual. Wild animal acts, foreign musicians, illusionists, and strongmen all draw large crowds because isolated communities rarely encounter novelty. The frontier may be geographically enormous, but culturally it can feel surprisingly hungry. No agreement has been reached on how accurately traveling shows shape Eastern ideas about the Wild West. Scholars bicker over whether exaggerated performances create frontier myths or merely reflect stories audiences already want to believe. Certainly, the line between truth and performance grows blurry very quickly out here. Later that night, you sit near the edge of town, while distant music drifts through the cool prairie air. The medicine show lanterns glow softly against the darkness, while performers laugh around campfires beside their wagons. Tomorrow, they will move on again toward another settlement farther west. Another crowd, another dusty street filled with tired people eager for songs, stories, laughter, and impossible promises sold beneath canvas tents. And across the American frontier, entertainment continues rolling endlessly onward beside railroads, cattle trails, and lonely wagon roads, bringing brief flashes of color into lives shaped mostly by hard work and enormous skies. The gunfight begins with confusion, not dramatic music, not slow-motion stares beneath blazing suns, just confusion, sharp fear, and a spilled whiskey glass crashing onto wooden floorboards inside a crowded saloon. For years afterward, half the town will remember the details differently. You stand near the back wall when the argument erupts beside the card tables. Two cowboys, already drunk from a long cattle drive, accuse each other of cheating during a faro game. Chairs scrape suddenly across the floor. Someone curses loudly. The piano player stops mid-song with impressive survival instincts, and then everyone reaches carefully for empty space around them. Records confirm that most real frontier violence during the 1870s is fast, chaotic, and deeply unglamorous. The famous image of two gunfighters calmly facing each other in an empty street happens far less often than later stories suggest. Most shootings begin with alcohol, gambling, personal grudges, or panic. The saloon smells sharply of cigar smoke, spilled beer, sweat lamp oil, and rising fear. One cowboy knocks over a table while fumbling for his revolver. Another man dives beneath the piano with astonishing speed. A bartender shouts something probably reasonable that nobody hears. One curious footnote from Western newspapers mentions spectators occasionally injuring themselves more seriously while fleeing gunfights than the shooters themselves. Human dignity exits rooms very quickly once bullets appear. The first shot finally explodes through the smoke-filled air. Glass shatters behind the bar. A woman screams. Someone crashes into the card tables. The second cowboy fires wildly toward the ceiling, which accomplishes little besides terrifying everyone equally. Then suddenly, just as quickly as it begins, the fight ends. One man clutches a bleeding shoulder, while the other stares around the saloon, looking shocked by what he has done. The entire event lasts perhaps 15 seconds. The silence afterward feels enormous. Historians still argue over how violent frontier towns truly are, compared to eastern cities during the same period. Some western settlements experience relatively low murder rates despite their reputations. Others become genuinely dangerous, depending on mining booms, cattle conflicts, or weak local law enforcement. But almost nobody living through real gunfire describes it as glamorous. Records confirm that frontier revolvers are often inaccurate, slow to reload, and unreliable under stress. Smoke fills rooms instantly after shots. Panic destroys careful aim. Even experienced fighters miss frequently at close range, which honestly provides tremendous emotional encouragement. The wounded cowboy is eventually carried upstairs to the hotel, while the sheriff arrives looking profoundly exhausted rather than heroic. He studies the damaged saloon, the shattered bottles, the terrified witnesses, and the unconscious drunk still sleeping through everything near the stove. Apparently, some people possess extraordinary commitment to whiskey. One scandalous aside from frontier court records reveals witnesses routinely contradicting one another completely after shootings. In crowded saloons, full of alcohol and fear, memory becomes extremely flexible. Outside the muddy street, buzzes with rumors almost immediately. By tomorrow morning, some townspeople will swear 10 shots are fired instead of 2. Others will insist knives are involved somehow. Frontier storytelling expands like bread dough left near a warm stove. You walk toward the sheriff's office beneath cold evening air while lanterns glow along the street. The wounded man will likely survive. The shooter will probably face fines or temporary jail time unless personal connections interfere. That uncertainty defines much of frontier justice. Records confirm that many Western towns eventually establish stricter gun regulations than later myths admit. Dodge City and Tombstone, for example, often require visitors to surrender weapons inside town limits. Local merchants and families generally prefer fewer spontaneous shootings near grocery stores. Civilization, however fragile, dislikes stray bullets. Farther west, you later visit a mining camp where violence carries different rhythms entirely. Here, the dangers include drunken brawls, labor disputes, claim jumping, and tensions between transient workers packed tightly into unstable communities. The camp saloon smells of wet wool, coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and stale tobacco. Men crowd shoulder to shoulder beneath low ceilings while snow falls softly outside. A nervous card dealer keeps a shotgun beneath the table. Probably wise. One curious footnote from frontier memoirs mentions gamblers becoming unusually polite men because successful card players survive longer by avoiding unnecessary insults. The stereotype of reckless frontier gamblers occasionally ignores how carefully many professionals manage risk. No agreement has been reached on why American culture later romanticizes Western violence so heavily. Scholars bicker over national mythology, masculinity, entertainment markets, and nostalgia for imagined frontier independence. Perhaps people simply prefer clean, dramatic stories over messy, frightened reality, because real gunfights usually involve shaking hands, terrible aim, bad decisions, and survivors wondering afterward how close death truly stands beside them. As midnight approaches the frontier town, quiets gradually beneath the stars. The saloon repairs broken windows. The piano player resumes softer music. Cowboys drift toward boarding houses, carrying hangovers and exaggerated stories. Somewhere beyond town, coyotes howl across the plains, and beneath the enormous western sky, most frontier residents continue doing exactly what they always do after violence passes: working, sleeping, trying very hard to stay alive long enough for tomorrow morning's coffee. The fence stretches across the prairie like a scar. Mile after mile of newly strung barbed wire cuts through open grasslands that only a few years earlier seem endless and free beneath the western sky. Wind hums softly through the metal strands while cattle graze uneasily nearby, no longer able to wander wherever water and grass once lead them. The frontier is changing again, and not everyone welcomes the change peacefully. You ride slowly beside a ranch hand, checking fence posts beneath the hot afternoon sun. His gloves are thick and worn because barbed wire bites flesh with astonishing enthusiasm. The air smells of dry grass, horse sweat dust, and distant rain drifting somewhere far beyond the plains. Records confirm that barbed wire transforms the American West during the 1870s and 80s. Cheap fencing allows landowners to control grazing areas, water sources, and property boundaries across enormous territories that previously remain open range. Cowboys, small farmers, and wealthy cattle barons all react differently. One curious footnote from ranch diaries mentions some cowboys calling barbed wire the devil's rope, after horses and cattle suffer terrible injuries becoming tangled in it. The nickname spreads quickly across the plains. You continue riding toward a sprawling cattle ranch where thousands of animals graze behind newly fenced pastures. The main house rises large and sturdy above the surrounding grasslands, while bunkhouses, barns, corrals, and supply sheds spread outward like a small village. This is big business now. Records confirm that wealthy cattle owners begin building massive ranching operations across Texas, Wyoming, Montana, and Kansas after the Civil War. Eastern investors pour money into Western beef markets as railroads connect frontier ranches to growing cities farther east. The ranch smells of hay, leather manure smoke, and fresh-cut timber warming beneath the sun. Cowboys move constantly between corrals, while cooks prepare supper inside a nearby chuck house, already crowded with hungry workers. At first glance, prosperity appears everywhere. Yet tension simmers beneath the surface. Historians still argue whether range wars in the West are mainly economic conflicts or cultural clashes between older frontier traditions and modern corporate expansion. Open range, cowboys, homesteaders, sheep ranchers, and wealthy cattle companies often compete bitterly over land and water access, and the prairie has only so much of both. One scandalous aside from Wyoming ranch history describes armed riders secretly cutting fences at night while rival ranchers accuse one another publicly over whiskey and poker games the next morning. Frontier diplomacy continues demonstrating tremendous creativity. You sit beside several cowboys repairing saddles beneath the shade of the barn. Their conversation drifts toward growing frustration with fenced land and wealthy ranch owners living comfortably far from the hardest labor. One man spits into the dust and mutters that cattle no longer roam freely because lawyers have arrived in the West. Nobody argues with him. Records confirm that small homesteaders often face enormous pressure from larger ranching interests. Some powerful cattle companies attempt controlling rivers, valleys, and grazing territory aggressively through political influence or intimidation. At the same time, farmers struggle desperately to protect crops from wandering herds. No agreement has been reached on who deserves greater sympathy in many range conflicts because both sides often believe survival itself is at stake. Later that evening, you ride toward a small settlement where homesteaders gather inside a meeting hall lit by smoking lanterns. The room smells of sweat, coffee dust, and nervous determination. Farmers speak angrily about cattle destroying fences and crops. Ranchers complain about settlers blocking traditional trails and water access. Voices rise steadily beneath the low wooden ceiling. Outside, horses stamp restlessly beneath the darkening sky. Records confirm that some Western disputes eventually turn violent through sabotage, arson, theft, and armed confrontation. The Johnson County War in Wyoming later becomes one of the most famous examples of escalating tensions between wealthy ranchers and smaller settlers. Oddly enough, frontier conflicts often begin with surprisingly ordinary problems: water rights, missing cattle, broken fences, grazing boundaries. Human beings rarely require dramatic reasons to start feuds. A curious footnote from Western newspapers mentions ranchers sometimes accusing neighbors of cattle rustling simply because branding systems become confusing during large roundups. Imagine trying to identify thousands of nearly identical cows spread across endless prairie, while half the workers are exhausted and sunburned. Mistakes happen. So do deliberate lies. As night settles fully over the plains, Lightning flickers far away along the horizon, while warm wind rustles through the grass. You travel with a small group of riders, checking fences, before the approaching storm arrives. The prairie feels uneasy tonight. One cowboy points toward distant lanterns moving slowly across another ranch property. Nobody says much afterward. Everyone understands tensions are growing. Records confirm that the old image of completely open frontier freedom fades steadily during this era. Railroads divide territory. Fences divide land. Towns expand. Banks and corporations arrive carrying contracts and property claims. The Wild West is becoming more organized and somehow more complicated. Rain finally begins falling in scattered drops, while thunder rolls heavily across the plains. The riders turn back toward the ranch beneath darkening skies. Behind them, the fences continue stretching endlessly across the prairie. Thin strands of wire quietly reshaping the frontier one post at a time. The tailor's shop smells of wool, lamp oil dust, and hot irons pressing wrinkles from stubborn fabric. Outside the frontier town churns through another noisy afternoon beneath drifting summer heat. Horses splash through muddy ruts. Wagons rattle past storefronts. Somewhere nearby, a drunk cowboy attempts singing with emotional commitment stronger than musical ability. Inside the tailor's shop, however, appearances matter deeply. You stand before a cloudy mirror while the tailor circles carefully around a customer wearing a half-finished suit coat pinned at the shoulders. The man looks deeply uncomfortable already, which perhaps explains why frontier fashion often leans toward practicality whenever possible. Records confirm that clothing in the American West during the 1870s depends heavily on occupation, wealth, climate, and geography. Cowboys, miners, merchants, soldiers, railroad workers, ranch wives, and gamblers all dress differently because daily survival requires different tools. Fashion on the frontier is rarely accidental. One curious footnote from Western catalogs reveals that some frontier customers order fancy Eastern clothing through mail companies even while living in rough mining camps or isolated ranches. Apparently, human beings will risk frostbite before surrendering entirely to practical boots and flannel. The tailor smooths dark fabric beneath careful fingers while sunlight filters softly through dusty windows. Shelves hold folded shirts, suspenders, neckties, gloves, hats, and bolts of imported cloth shipped westward by rail. For wealthy ranch owners or businessmen, clothing signals status immediately. For laborers, durability matters far more. You leave the shop and step into warm street noise, where frontier fashion appears in constant motion around you. Cowboys in broad-brimmed hats and dusty boots. Women lifting skirts carefully above the mud. Chinese merchants wearing dark silk jackets beside railroad workers coated in soot. The West becomes a meeting place for many cultures. Records confirm that much cowboy clothing evolves from practical necessity rather than style. Wide hats protect against sun and rain. Bandanas block dust during cattle drives. Leather chaps shield legs from brush and rope burns. Boots prevent feet slipping through stirrups. Oddly enough, later generations romanticize cowboy clothing so heavily that people eventually wear uncomfortable versions recreationally while avoiding actual cattle work entirely. You pass a general store displaying ready-made clothing beside barrels of flour and farming tools. Inside, the smell of leather, tobacco, coffee beans, and fresh fabric hangs warmly in the air. A woman studies bolts of calico carefully, while her children chase each other between shelves until threatened with immediate civilization by their mother's expression alone. Records confirm that many frontier women sew or repair most family clothing at home because imported garments remain expensive and difficult to replace. Dresses are altered repeatedly as fabric wears thin or children grow. Nothing useful is wasted. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers mentions fashionable Eastern women criticizing Western clothing styles as crude and unfeminine. Frontier women respond quite reasonably that silk gowns become less appealing while hauling water through snowstorms. Practicality usually wins arguments against fashion on the plains. Farther down the street, you encounter a gambler stepping from the saloon, dressed in astonishing elegance. Black coat, silver watch chain, polished boots somehow untouched by mud, despite obvious scientific impossibility. His appearance is deliberate theater. Historians still argue whether frontier gamblers dress extravagantly mainly to project confidence, or simply because flamboyant personalities are drawn naturally toward gambling professions. Probably both. The gambler tips his hat politely before disappearing into another saloon doorway, trailing cigar smoke and suspicious charm. You continue toward the livery stable where cowboys prepare horses for a cattle drive. Their clothing looks entirely different now beneath practical daylight scrutiny. Dust-coated hats stiff with sweat, shirts patched repeatedly at elbows and shoulders, boots cracked from weather and hard riding, gloves repaired with rough stitching. The romantic image of frontier life rarely includes how badly everything smells after several weeks on the trail. Records confirm that many working cowboys own very few personal possessions beyond saddles, blankets, spare shirts, boots, and simple tools. Clothing must survive weather, labor, and constant travel. One curious footnote from trail journals describes cowboys becoming emotionally attached to certain hats or boots, repaired so many times they practically evolve into separate historical entities. As evening approaches, you travel toward a frontier dance gathering held inside a large barn outside town. Lanterns glow warmly against rough wooden walls, while fiddle music spills into the cooling prairie air. Tonight, clothing becomes celebration. Women wear carefully pressed dresses saved for special occasions. Men brush dust from coats and polish boots as best they can. Children stare proudly at one another's ribbons, suspenders, and shiny buttons. Even in harsh places, people hunger for beauty. No agreement has been reached on whether frontier society becomes more casual or more formal compared to Eastern America during this period. Some Western towns embrace rough practicality. Others imitate Eastern fashion standards enthusiastically whenever money allows. Human beings continue performing status no matter the geography. Inside the barn, couples dance across worn wooden floors beneath hanging lantern light. Boots stomp rhythmically while laughter rises above fiddles and banjos. The smell of perfume, hay sweat, and fresh pie drifts warmly through the crowded room. For a little while, dust and hardship fade into music. You stand near the doorway, watching dancers spin beneath the enormous western night, visible beyond the open barn doors. Stars glitter above distant prairie grass, while horses wait quietly beside the fence line. And here in the Wild West, where survival often demands roughness, people still find reasons to dress carefully, comb their hair, straighten collars, and remind one another that dignity can survive even the hardest frontier winds. Nightfall arrives differently on the frontier. Back east, darkness settles behind crowded windows, glowing with gas lamps and city noise. Here in the Wild West, the light simply drains away across the plains until the world becomes enormous and uncertain beneath the stars. You feel it first as the temperature drops. Warm afternoon wind fades into cooler currents, moving softly through tall grass, while the western sky deepens from gold to violet. Horses stamp near corrals. Lanterns begin glowing one by one along the muddy streets of the frontier town. And beyond those lanterns waits miles of darkness untouched by human hands. Records confirm that most Western settlements during the 1870s possess very limited artificial lighting. Oil lamps, candles, fireplaces, and lanterns illuminate only small islands against the night. Step beyond town limits and the prairie, swallows sound almost immediately. The darkness feels alive somehow. You walk slowly along the edge of town, while saloon music drifts faintly through open windows behind you. The air smells of cooling dust, wood smoke, horse sweat, and distant rain somewhere beyond the hills. One curious footnote from pioneer diaries mentions settlers becoming deeply unsettled during their first months on the plains because nighttime silence feels unnatural compared to eastern cities. Coyotes whined, creaking wagons, and lonely animal calls replace the familiar sounds of crowded civilization. The frontier teaches people new ways to listen. Farther out beyond the final buildings, you reach a small cattle camp glowing beside the open range. A fire crackles warmly while cowboys spread blankets beneath the stars. Coffee boils again inside blackened pots because apparently frontier society would collapse entirely without coffee after sunset. The herd rests nearby in dark shifting waves beneath moonlight. Records confirm that nighttime cattle duty becomes one of the most exhausting parts of cowboy life. Riders take turns guarding herds against stampedes, predators, thieves, and sudden storms, while the rest of camp sleeps lightly beside the fire. The prairie at night magnifies every sound. A horse snorting suddenly, a branch cracking in the dark, thunder far away. One scandalous aside from trail journals describes inexperienced cowboys frightening themselves badly enough over strange nighttime noises that older riders eventually confess many terrifying prairie spirits are actually cows stepping on loose cookware. Human imagination grows ambitious after midnight. You sit beside the fire while sparks drift upward into the cool black sky. Coyotes howl somewhere beyond the herd, their voices rising thin and eerie across the open grasslands. The sound feels ancient. Historians still argue whether frontier isolation creates stronger self-reliance or deeper loneliness among Western settlers. Nights especially force people inward. Once the work ends and darkness settles, there is little distraction from memory or worry. Some people thrive in that silence. Others quietly unravel inside it. The cowboys speak softly now. Stories drift between them beneath the stars. A failed romance back in Texas. A blizzard near Cheyenne. A horse smart enough to open gates, but apparently too foolish to avoid cactus. Frontier storytelling becomes gentler after dark. No agreement has been reached on why human beings share secrets more easily beside campfires than in daylight rooms. Perhaps darkness itself creates intimacy. Perhaps exhaustion lowers defenses. Or perhaps firelight simply makes people feel less alone. Later that night, you travel farther from the camp onto open prairie, where moonlight washes silver across endless grass. The sky above looks impossibly crowded with stars. Modern people rarely understand how bright the night sky once appears before electric cities spread across the continent. Records confirm that frontier travelers often navigate partly by moonlight and stars during clear weather. Experienced riders know constellations, river paths, and landmarks intimately because survival sometimes depends upon them. You stop beside a lonely telegraph pole humming faintly in the wind. The wire stretches endlessly across the darkness toward distant towns where other people sit beside other lanterns tonight. The frontier may feel isolated, but thin, invisible connections are already forming everywhere. One curious footnote from Western railroad camps mentions workers occasionally mistaking telegraph wires singing in strong wind for ghostly voices after long, exhausting shifts. Honestly, after weeks sleeping outdoors beneath strange skies, almost anything can become haunted. Clouds drift slowly across the moon now, while cool wind rustles through dry grass around your boots. Somewhere far away, wolves begin howling from the hills. The sound freezes the prairie for a moment. Then silence returns. You begin understanding why so many frontier legends grow around nighttime. Darkness transforms ordinary landscapes into mystery. Every shadow stretches farther. Every distant light becomes meaningful, and human beings remain deeply uncomfortable with not knowing what waits beyond the fire. Back in town, lanterns still glow behind saloon windows, where tired miners gamble through another sleepless night. A hotel clerk snores behind the front desk. Somewhere, a baby cries briefly before settling again. Small, warm moments against enormous, dark spaces. As dawn approaches slowly beyond the eastern plains, the stars begin fading one by one above the sleeping frontier. The campfire burns lower, coyotes fall silent, and for a few quiet minutes before sunrise returns, the Wild West feels suspended between loneliness and wonder beneath the fading night sky. The photographer asks everyone to stop blinking immediately. This proves difficult. You stand inside a frontier photography studio where sunlight pours through high windows onto painted backdrops, velvet curtains, wooden chairs, and enough complicated equipment to suggest either advanced science or carefully organized confusion. Outside, wagons rumble through muddy streets beneath bright afternoon heat. Inside, time itself seems to pause. Records confirm that photography spreads rapidly across the American West during the 19th century, allowing frontier families, soldiers, miners, cowboys, and settlers to preserve images of themselves and the changing frontier with astonishing realism for the era. And people become fascinated by it almost immediately. The studio smells faintly of chemicals, dust lamp oil, and warm fabric. A photographer with an impressive mustache adjusts his camera beneath a dark cloth while arranging customers carefully into positions they clearly did not choose naturally. One curious footnote from Frontier Portrait Studios reveals that early exposure times sometimes force subjects to remain motionless for uncomfortable lengths of time. This helps explain why so many 19th century photographs feature expressions suggesting mild emotional inconvenience. You watch a ranch family preparing for their portrait. The father smooths his beard nervously. The mother adjusts her daughter's ribbon for the 4th time. A young boy stares suspiciously at the camera as though expecting it to steal his soul or possibly assign chores. Oddly enough, Some frontier communities genuinely distrust photography at first. New technology arriving suddenly in isolated regions often inspires rumor alongside excitement. The photographer finally lifts his hand dramatically. Everyone freezes. The room falls silent, except for distant wagon wheels outside. Then the image is captured forever. Historians still argue whether photography changes how Americans imagine the frontier more deeply than dime novels do. Unlike exaggerated stories, photographs seem undeniably real, even when carefully staged. They carry emotional authority. And yet photographs can mislead, too. Records confirm that many frontier portraits are highly arranged. People wear their best clothing regardless of daily reality. Props are borrowed, weapons posed dramatically, backgrounds painted to suggest wealth or sophistication. Human beings have always edited themselves slightly for cameras. You leave the studio and follow the photographer toward the edge of town, where he prepares outdoor landscape shots beneath enormous western skies. His wagon carries fragile glass plates, chemicals, tripods, and enough equipment to terrify anyone concerned about breakage. The frontier photographer becomes part artist, part chemist, and part mule driver. One scandalous aside from Western photography journals mentions photographers occasionally paying local children to stand completely still, pretending to be native scouts or frontier heroes for staged images sold later back east. Apparently, authenticity remains negotiable even in the 19th century. The photographer sets up beside a cattle trail where dust rises behind distant riders crossing the plains. He studies the light carefully while wind tugs at his coat. Records confirm that Western photographers document nearly everything during this era: railroad construction, mining camps, native communities, army forts, buffalo hunters, frontier towns rising suddenly from empty prairie. Some images later become famous historical records. Others disappear into forgotten trunks and family albums. You sit quietly nearby while the photographer explains how difficult it can be preserving glass negatives across rough frontier travel. Heat damages chemicals, dust contaminates equipment, wagons bounce violently over trails. The West resists being captured neatly. Farther north, you later visit a mining town where another photographer operates from a tiny wooden studio beside the saloon. Miners crowd inside after payday, hoping to send portraits back home to wives, parents, or sweethearts waiting somewhere far east. The studio smells of wet coats, tobacco smoke, silver polish, and photographic chemicals sharp enough to sting your nose. A weary miner sits stiffly before the camera, wearing his only decent jacket, despite hands permanently stained by rock dust and blasting powder. Records confirm that portraits become treasured possessions for frontier families, separated by enormous distances. Some images travel thousands of miles through mail routes connecting isolated Western camps with distant eastern cities and immigrant communities overseas. No agreement has been reached on whether photography preserves the truth of the Wild West or simply creates another layer of mythology. Scholars bicker over staging, cultural bias, missing perspectives, and commercial influence shaping Western imagery. Perhaps every photograph captures both reality and performance at once. Toward evening, you ride with the photographer beyond town limits where sunset spills gold across the prairie. He carefully positions his camera toward the horizon while clouds drift above distant hills. The world grows quiet around you, only wind through grass, horse harness creaking softly. the faint metallic click of camera equipment. One curious footnote from frontier travelers mentions some settlers becoming emotional upon seeing photographs of themselves for the first time, because mirrors are scarce in isolated regions. Imagine suddenly confronting your own face, preserved forever after years living mostly among weather labor and survival. The photographer finally captures the fading light, just as the sun slips below the plains. Darkness rises slowly afterward, while he packs delicate glass plates into padded boxes for the journey back to town. And somewhere inside those fragile images now waits the Wild West itself. Dusty streets, weathered faces, cattle trails disappearing beneath enormous skies. Little moments of frontier life held still against time, before the modern world changes everything forever. The traveling storyteller arrives just after noon, when the town is already restless with heat and dust, and the familiar sound of wagon wheels grinding through mud that never fully dries in frontier summers. You notice him before you notice the crowd. A man standing near the edge of the main street, holding a stack of folded papers, a small wooden stage, and the kind of confident posture that suggests he has told the same story in 100 towns and will tell it in 100 more. Behind him, children gather first, then cowboys, then shopkeepers, then anyone who is curious enough to pause for free entertainment. Records confirm that dime novels and traveling storytellers become central to frontier culture during the 1870s, shaping how ordinary Americans imagine the West, even as they live inside it. Printed stories of gunfighters, outlaws, sheriffs, and heroic settlers circulate widely across the country, and most of them are exaggerated. One curious footnote from publishing history reveals that some dime novels are written so quickly and so sensationally that authors reuse entire scenes across multiple stories, simply changing names and locations to match different frontier legends. Human imagination, it seems, is efficient when paid per word. The storyteller climbs onto a wooden platform beside the general store, while a small lantern is placed at his feet for dramatic effect that feels unnecessary in full daylight, but appreciated nonetheless. He clears his throat with theatrical seriousness. The crowd quiets. Then he begins. His voice carries across the street, describing daring escapes, legendary gunfighters, gold discoveries, savage outlaws, and impossible frontier adventures that sound only slightly related to real events you have witnessed throughout this journey. Historians still argue whether dime novels shape public perception of the Wild West more than any other cultural force of the 19th century. For many readers back east, these stories become their only exposure to frontier life, which explains a great deal. Because reality rarely matches narrative convenience, the storyteller gestures dramatically while describing a fearless sheriff who defeats entire gangs single-handedly. Nearby, a real frontier sheriff leans against a fence post, watching with an expression suggesting mild exhaustion rather than admiration. One scandalous aside from literary history mentions actual Western lawmen complaining privately about how dime novels misrepresent their jobs as far more exciting than the reality of paperwork disputes and sleep deprivation. The crowd laughs at the storyteller's jokes. Children gasp at dramatic moments. Even adults occasionally glance at one another as if verifying whether any of this resembles their own experience. It usually does not, yet they listen anyway. Records confirm that traveling entertainment fills an important psychological role in frontier communities. Isolated settlements crave stories because stories connect them to something larger than daily survival. The storyteller continues into a tale of buried treasure hidden beneath mountains, guarded by mysterious figures and revealed only through courage, luck, and excellent timing. One curious footnote from frontier audiences describes people sometimes arguing afterward about whether certain stories are based on real individuals or entirely invented. In truth, the line becomes increasingly blurry over time. As afternoon light begins softening, the storyteller finishes his performance with a flourish and bows deeply while applause rises from the crowd. He collects small donations in a hat before dismantling his stage with practiced speed. Tomorrow he will travel again to another town, another audience, another version of the West. You walk slowly through the dispersing crowd while conversations continue excitedly about the story. Some people insist it is mostly true. Others dismiss it entirely. A few simply enjoy the entertainment without concern for accuracy. Human beings have always enjoyed a good story regardless of its precision. Farther down the street you encounter a group of children reenacting scenes from the storyteller's performance, using sticks as rifles and imaginary horses galloping across the dusty ground. The frontier becomes theater again, almost immediately. Records confirm that dime novels influence not only adult perceptions, but also childhood games, shaping how future generations imagine heroism, violence, and adventure across the American West. You sit beneath a wooden awning, watching sunlight stretch across the town, while dust floats lazily through the air. The storyteller loads his wagon quietly at the edge of town, preparing to leave. One of the children runs toward him briefly, asking whether the hero from the story ever returns in another adventure. The storyteller smiles without answering directly, because the answer does not matter. The West itself continues generating endless variations of stories, whether true, exaggerated, or somewhere in between. No agreement has been reached on how deeply dime novels distort historical understanding versus how accurately they reflect cultural desires already forming in American society. Scholars bicker endlessly over influence, imagination, and representation. Perhaps both truth and fiction grow side by side on the frontier without ever fully separating. As evening arrives, the wagon rolls away down the dusty road, while lanterns begin glowing across town. Saloon music starts softly in the distance. Dinner fires flicker in small yards behind wooden homes, and the storyteller disappears into the vast western horizon, carrying yet another version of the Wild West with him. Always changing, always being retold. Never quite the same twice. The fence line stretches farther than you expect. Hour after hour, it cuts across the prairie, like a quiet insistence that the open world is no longer entirely open. Wooden posts pass slowly beside your horse. Barbed wire hums faintly in the wind. Grass waves on both sides of the boundary, but now it moves within defined limits. The frontier is starting to feel different. Records confirm that by the late 1870s and into the following decades, barbed wire railroads, telegraph lines, and expanding settlements steadily transformed the American West from open range into increasingly regulated land. What once feels endless now becomes divided, measured, owned, and recorded. Even the sky feels less empty when you start noticing wires beneath it. You ride alongside a small group of settlers marking property boundaries with careful attention. One man drives a stake into the ground, while another reads from a worn ledger. A woman stands nearby, holding a child while watching the horizon as if it might still change its mind. One curious footnote from land records mentions disputes over fence placement becoming so common that entire legal systems develop specifically to resolve boundary arguments across the plains. Human beings, it turns out, are extremely committed to lines. The prairie wind moves steadily through tall grass while distant cattle graze behind new fencing. Somewhere farther off, a train whistle echoes faintly across the landscape. The sound no longer feels surprising. It feels normal now, which is perhaps the most significant change of all. Historians still argue over when exactly the American frontier truly ends. Some point to census definitions. Others point to the closing of public land claims. Others suggest it never ends at all, only changes form. But standing here, you can feel something shifting. One scandalous aside from frontier newspapers describes settlers celebrating fence completion like a civic holiday, while others mourn the loss of open grazing land as a kind of quiet disappearance of freedom itself. Both reactions exist side by side. That tension defines this moment. You stop near a homestead where a family inspects newly installed fencing around their property. The father checks posts carefully. The mother surveys the garden. Children run along the boundary line, as if testing whether it truly holds the world back. It does, and it doesn't, because beyond the fence everything still looks exactly the same. Endless grass, wide sky, wind moving without permission. Records confirm that the arrival of formal land ownership transforms frontier life deeply. Property titles replace wandering claims. Markets expand. Banks appear in growing towns. Legal disputes increase. Wealth begins to concentrate in certain hands. The West becomes less wild and more structured with each passing season. Farther along your journey, you pass a railroad spur where small wooden buildings cluster around storage yards filled with crates, livestock pens, and waiting wagons. Workers load goods onto trains that will carry them eastward and bring others westward in return. The cycle continues, but faster now. One curious footnote from transportation records mentions towns either thriving or disappearing entirely, depending on whether rail lines pass nearby. A settlement only a few miles off route can slowly fade into obscurity despite good land and strong families. The railroad decides geography more than the land itself. You ride into a growing town where brick buildings now replace wooden structures on several streets. Banks, newspapers, law offices, and larger stores line the main avenue. Mud still exists, but it is increasingly organized mud. Progress arrives unevenly, but persistently. Historians still argue whether this transition represents improvement or loss for frontier communities. Some celebrate stability, infrastructure, and safety. Others mourn the disappearance of openness, uncertainty, and independence. Both perspectives carry truth. You notice how even people begin to change. Clothing becomes more formal, speech more standardized, businesses more structured. The raw improvisation of earlier frontier life slowly gives way to systems and expectations imported from eastern cities. One scandalous aside from early town council records describes heated debates over whether to pave streets or leave them natural, with opponents of paving arguing that mud remains more honest. Human beings rarely agree on progress while living through it. As evening falls, you stand at the edge of town, watching lanterns flicker to life one by one along the main street. A newspaper boy shouts headlines about rail expansion and new land surveys. A banker locks his doors early. A stagecoach prepares for departure, though fewer now travel by road than before. The Wild West is not vanishing. It is reorganizing itself. Beyond the town, the prairie stretches quietly under darkening sky. The wind still moves freely across the grass. Coyotes still call from distant hills. Stars still rise without interruption. But between those vast spaces, something new has settled. Fences, tracks, towns, rules. And as you watch the horizon fade into night, you understand that the frontier is no longer only a place. It is becoming a memory while still being lived. The last campfire is smaller than you expect. It burns low beside a quiet stretch of prairie where the grass moves gently under a night wind that feels older than anything built by human hands. There are no towns visible from here, no fences, no rail lines, no distant telegraph poles humming faintly through the dark. Just stars and silence that stretches farther than thought. You sit near the fire while embers pulse softly like a fading heartbeat beneath the enormous western sky. Somewhere beyond the horizon, a train whistle sounds faintly, but it feels distant now, almost like a memory rather than a presence. Records confirm that by the final decades of the 19th century, the American frontier has largely transformed into organized states, territories, towns, and regulated land systems. What once felt open and unmarked now carries boundaries, ownership, and records stored in offices far from the plains themselves. The Wild West is not truly gone, but it is no longer wild in the same way. One curious footnote from Frontier Diaries describes travelers in later years trying to find untouched stretches of prairie and expressing surprise at how rare true emptiness becomes even across vast landscapes. Civilization does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it simply spreads quietly until noticed too late. The fire crackles softly beside you while night wind passes through the grass. You think back through everything seen along this journey. Boom towns rising overnight from dust and optimism. Railroads carving steel paths through mountains and plains. Cowboys driving cattle beneath endless skies. Homesteads built from sod and stubborn hope. Saloons filled with music, laughter, and chaos. Courthouses trying to impose order on uncertainty. Buffalo disappearing across the horizon of memory. Native camps holding stories older than the frontier itself. Mining towns glowing briefly with promise before fading into silence. Telegraph wires stitching distance into something closer. Photographs freezing moments that once felt too ordinary to notice. And people, always people. Historians still argue over what the American West truly represents. Some describe it as opportunity and expansion, others as displacement and loss. Some see it as myth, others as lived experience too complex for simple interpretation. No agreement has ever fully been reached because the frontier contains too many truths existing at once. The fire begins to weaken, now shifting from flame to glowing coal. Shadows stretch longer across the grass, while the sky above deepens into pure darkness filled with stars so numerous they feel almost heavy. You notice how quiet everything becomes when human activity finally fades. No wagons, no saloons, no gunfire, no trains, no voices arguing over land or gold or survival. Just wind. And time? One final quiet footnote from frontier accounts mentions travelers sometimes sitting alone at night, simply listening to the prairie, realizing how small their lives feel against such enormous space, and yet how deeply those same lives matter within it. That contradiction defines the West more than any single event ever could. The fire settles into glowing coals now. You can still feel warmth, but it no longer fights the night. It simply exists within it. Beyond the circle of light, the prairie stretches endlessly. Somewhere far away, a coyote calls, once, then falls silent again. The stars remain unchanged, patient, as always, watching over land that has already begun to change beneath them. And slowly, gently, the story of the frontier begins to drift backward into history. Not ending, just settling, like dust after a long journey, like memory after a life well lived. The fire dims further until only a soft red glow remains, and then even that fades, leaving nothing but the quiet American night.